Hello, my darlings. Hello. You enjoyed that little bit of rock, a little bit of dark, gloomy rock kind of thing. Well, that's to sort of coincide with the imagery of the sort of stream that we're starting. It's a little bit gothic looking. So how are you, my gorgeous? Cheers. This is my last bottle of Corona. I am now going to finish this Corona, and I'm not buying any more beer because beer is fattening, and so I'm going to leave it to just pure spirits. Just go down to the spirits. I do have spirits. I will be enjoying Havana Club this evening for everyone else after that bottle of beer is finished. Havana Club with Coke with Pepsi because I'm a pussy and I can't drink that stuff on its own. So yeah. How is everyone? How you all doing? Where you been? How you been? How's it hanging? Are you all good and well? I hope so. I was on Steve's stream earlier on, Atheist Steve. Great stream, actually. It's a shame that I had to jump off it because I kind of wanted to carry on that one. But never mind, it is what it is. I did schedule this, and I didn't know Steve was going to run one of his own. So, he kind of screwed me on that, really. Let me just, sorry guys, let me just get some things together. Yeah, so that's, let's give the salutations. The usual hello and salutation to one and all, as the norm of the normal things. Hold on, shit, where is it? Yes, alright, so that'll do. I'll just show that image. So yeah, how is it going, everyone? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever the hell you are. Big up to the War Kettle Fest in the house. Irish Flammy, Irish Flammy. Hello, Irish. Hello, Takia Watch. Big up Takia, the Islam killer on YouTube. Although they keep coming for his YouTube channels. What are you on, like 612th channel by now, guys? Takia Watch just hit 1,000 subs. Let's get him above 2,000-3,000. He was at 3,000 last. Admittedly, Sarah Garvey gave him a big shout out on that one, but unfortunately, they keep taking him down. I think you should appeal to Sarah to give you another shout out. But dude, the next time you make it to 3,000, I would suggest you will make a series of videos promoting your other channel. Like right now, you should be promoting your third or second or third or fourth or whatever channel, your BitChute channel. How come I didn't know about your BitChute channel? I only just found out because you sent me a link. So yeah, spread thyself and advertise thyself heavily. Shill. So what do we got? We got more War Kettle and Victoria. Hello, Victoria. Victoria, I apologize for the last few sessions that I have sorely disappointed you. I'm sure that I've said some things that have upset you. But then again, if you're not shaken or upset in life, then what's the point? Huh? What's the point of anything if it doesn't impact you on some level? And so I both apologize and regret nothing, because I still feel that we should all have a little shake-up of our ideas and views from time to time, just to make sure that we reevaluate things. So if I've upset you, I'm sorry, but I hope I've also enlightened in some form or fashion. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. What am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. I'm talking shit. So anyway, at the moment, we have a kind of a double situation. I have StreamYard and Discord both open. I don't know which one to go first. Whoever jumps on the Discord and is successful, we will go with the Discord. Whoever jumps on the StreamYard and we're successful there, because it's tried and tested, we'll go there. I don't know why the Discord last time didn't work with Takia. We'll see. We'll see how that underpins. But for now, I have my usual little rant to go on. So big up everyone in the chat. I love you. I'm moist for you. Now, the first article of this evening, the thing that kicked off this entire thing, the thing that inspired this entire stream, is this particular fucking article. Yet again, the police of the United Kingdom are somewhat of a job's worth. This young man, presuming Gothic or English goth type lad, anyway, he started walking around in what is referred to as the plague doctor's outfit, or the death mask, which is this particular mask. Let me see if I can find it. This particular mask. This is the death mask, or the mask that the doctors would wear during the plague era in order to basically keep themselves from being infected. So he started walking around his neighborhood wearing this outfit, basically. That's all he did. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't break any items. He didn't trespass on any person's lawn or property. He did nothing but wear this costume and then walk about. That was the totality of his so-called crime. The sight of an individual out walking in a plague doctor outfit provoked mixed reactions. And so the coronavirus Helsden plague doctor given advice by police. The police had to caution this individual because he simply walked around in this outfit. And this brings me to, I would imagine by this point you'd recognize a very, very obvious thing. A person who was terrifying kids by walking around in a village dressed as a 17th century plague doctor has been identified by police. The individual, dressed in a black cloak, hat, and pointed beak-like mask, had been both frightening and amusing residents in Helsden, near Norwich. Frightening. Now, you know what? I know another outfit that also frightens children, and yet you will never hear the police caution that outfit. I think you know where I'm going with this. I think you all know. Yeah, exactly. That's right. I wonder if this outfit is going to get a caution. If people walk around looking like this, they'll get a caution from the police. Because you know what? I have seen children literally frightened of these outfits. You can go to Hyde Park on I used to go Saturdays quite a lot, rollerblading, and you can go down to Hyde Park, and about 6-7 o'clock in the evening you'll see these ninjas roll out, and I've seen children frightened. I've seen children startled just looking at these ninjas with open mouths. So I wonder when it's the time to get some of them to be approached by the police and get a caution. I bet never, because this is how the police treat these people. Oh yeah, when you're dressed up like a ninja, you get a big old hug, just squishy hug. This is how the police treat these people. But if you're dressed like this, and especially if you happen to be possibly Caucasian in Britain, yeah, you get a police warning, because no other reason than just outfit. This is literally telling people what to wear. He has been told what to wear by the police. So the police are now telling people what to wear. And yet, if you tell any of the officials, we should tell people not to dress like this, they'll go, well, that's freedom of religion, freedom of expression. Suddenly, they have freedom of expression, but this poor bastard doesn't. He doesn't get freedom of expression. No. Fuck his freedom to dress how he likes. Just, I presume if he created a religion that worshipped the Black Plague, maybe he would get away with it as religious ceremonial outfit or religious adherence. Because, well, they get that fucking excuse, don't they? They get away with that shit every day, all day. Well, that fucking frightens me, no lie. Well, there you go, Jupiter. Exactly. You get the ninjas who run around without any without any interruption. And yet, if you're dressed like this, well, that gets a police caution. This is what pisses me off. This is what runs people into the arms of patriotic alternative, into the arms of the neo-Nazi right-wing crazies, because this is unequal treatment of people. When you treat people unequally, when you treat people unfairly, she gets a hug, he gets a fucking advice from the police. People see this shit. People note these things. These are not gone unnoticed. They have not gone missed. They have not been missed by the individuals in this society. We know that there is a two-tier system when it comes to the police and how they treat different outfits. We know this, and that is not how this country is supposed to be. Oh, by the way, Happy Mubarak. Let me just give you guys a proper Happy Mubarak. Hold on. Happy Mubarak. Yes. What am I saying? Happy Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. It's either Eid Mubarak or Happy... Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Mubarak. It's either Ramadan Mubarak or Happy Ramadan. Why am I mixing this shit up? Happy, basically, I just said. Or happy, yeah. Happy. Or Happy New Year. Anyway. Ramadan Mubarak. Subhanallah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. With a mouthful of beer. Oh, that's saying Muslim Quranic quotes with a mouthful of beer is the only way to say it. It only makes sense that way. It doesn't make sense any other way. Okay, back to where I was with this bullshit. Now, here's another pile of dog shit, which I want to highlight before I move too far away. Again, reasons why people vote ethno-nationalist, or they're going to run towards the ethno-nats. Reason number 462 at this point.
It's an early rise for me today as I prepare for my first ever fast in the holy month of Ramadan.
Fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking appeasing dog shit. And this is, by the way, a Liberal Democrat member for Parliament. Kiss my ass. You fucking pandering little shit. And nobody, you think the Muslims don't fucking recognize your pathetic efforts at pandering to them for votes? You sad, pathetic man. I hope you get severe case of genital warts.
I want to show solidarity with Muslims who are in isolation during this month, and this evening there'll be a Lib Dem iftar when we have a virtual community meal together. So Ramadan Mubarak.
Go fuck yourself. How about that? Go fuck yourself, you pandering little shit. God, this fuckers fucking annoy the shit out of me. These fucking slimy, greasy fucking politicians. They grind my gears the most. These pandering little fucks. Ed Davey, go fuck yourself, you fucking slimy, smarmy, pandering little shit. No one believes you give a shit about the Muslims. You only care about their voting bloc. So go fuck yourself. No one's buying this shit. Oh, you slimy cunt. You fucking piss me off. Okay. Reasons number 622 of why the British public will run to the arms of the right wing and the ethno-nationalists. Here's another one, kids. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, drink 'em if you got 'em. Because you're going to need it after this fucker. Oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourselves. Fuck. You know that thing that I get PTSD off this sort of shit. This is the sort of shit I used to hear in fucking Iran. I used to hear this. I had this shit in Egypt as well, because we were in Egypt. This is the kind of thing that puts the hairs on the back of my neck at fucking end. This is the worst fucking sound of my life. This is like a Vietnam vet hearing fucking loud bombs go off or loud firecrackers that brings back all sorts of fucking PTSD. It's like that scene from Rambo when they're trying to give him a shave and he starts to fucking get flashbacks of Vietnam and how they're cutting up his back. This is how I feel towards this fucking sound, the screeching of this cunt. And this is happening in London. This is London, boys and girls. This isn't Islamabad. This isn't Tehran. This is not Riyadh. This is not Mogadishu. This is London. Note this fucking thing. They're doing this shit with tannoids in London now. Are they going to stop after the coronavirus is done? You think they're going to fucking stop after the corona is done? I bet you they won't fucking stop this. This will keep going. Just like fucking prayers at the Speaker's Corner. This won't fucking stop until a policeman knocks on their door. I promise you, every Friday, you will hear this shit from this fucking mosque from now on. Couple of things to note. Social distancing, fucking nowhere to be seen. Although you could say maybe some of them are social distancing. But this cunt in the fucking Prius is parked in such a way that he's now generating fucking traffic. Because he's holding people up. The buses can't get by. People can't get... This cunt is literally parked in the middle of the fucking road. And a police car will go by in a second. And won't have a fucking say about this either. A police car won't say a fucking word. This fucking shameful, man. Shame. Look at this. Look at this. The bus is fucking held up because of this cunt in a fucking Prius. Move, you cunt. I'm not sure where this is, Jupiter. I presume it's East London. It looks kind of like East London, Whitechapel type area. Probably where Ralph lives. Okay, note the police car driving by an asshole parked clearly in the wrong place, clearly holding up traffic and causing problems, and yet police will just drive right on by without giving two fucks. London 2020. That was, by the way, thanks to Takia Watch. Like, subscribe, go over and give him another sub if you haven't already. The guy's devastating when it comes to Islam. But yeah, that's Islam 2020. Thank you, the British government. Thank you for just. By the way, have you noticed the green? Fucking it looks like there's nuclear waste oozing from the windows of this mosque with that green lighting. I don't know why, who chose that. That's a terrible decision. It is not a good look. Anyway, that's just to add an extra layer to the fuckeries that we have to deal with. You know what I mean? It's just another layer of shit. So reason number 424. Why patriotic alternative and other fucking racist fucking groups are gaining traction? This is reason number 424. Yes, there's a plenty of shit we have to deal with. We have to clean this fucking thing up. Okay? But just because we have to get rid of these cunts, that doesn't mean I'm throwing my fucking hat in with yours. I'll tell you that. But nevertheless, we do have to get rid of these fucking cunts. I mean, it's so annoying. It's also the disparage, I wonder if a church, Well, no, churches do ring bells. I have heard churches ring bells at Sundays. St. Paul's Cathedral, I've heard many of those, bell go off. I don't know. If synagogues were screaming some kind of Jewish prayer from the tannoids of every synagogue in the country, do you honestly think that would last very long? If you could, the Jews were imposing their religion upon you. But you see, that's the thing, the Jews are an exclusive religion. They're not really welcoming to the outsiders much anyway. It takes you have to do a lot of shit to get into the Jewish religion. So there's that. Now, there's a few other things that are also grinding my fucking gears, and I just want to highlight them before I totally forget, because I'll be honest, it's fucking bullshit, and I don't know why we have to do this shit all the time. Hold on. Okay. There's a lot of bullshit. I'm going to start with this one, but then I'm going to point out a few others. This is, as much as, this is the problem. I'm torn apart in this one, because I want to support the NHS. I love the NHS staff. Thank you for every doctor and nurse that has done an amazing job at trying to save people's lives every day. Doesn't matter if it's coronavirus or not. You people are the true heroes of our society. Fuck Batman, fuck all the Captain America and Iron Man. These people are the ones who are truly the stars and the heroes of our society. They're the ones who truly save our lives. I want to make this absolutely crystal clear that I absolutely appreciate every person who goes into the profession of becoming a doctor or a nurse or a healthcare supporter, because you truly are people that this society hangs upon. We need every one of you, and we appreciate everything you do. You are incredibly hardworking individuals, and we have nothing but love for you. At least I have nothing but love for you. Having said all that, and there's another story I want to share, which is there was a press interview with some doctors and biologists, and the government in Spain during the outbreak at the early days of the outbreak of the coronavirus in Spain. And one of the reporters turned around to one of the biologists, chemists, and said, "How come you haven't developed a vaccine for this yet?" And the woman turned around and said, "Because you pay Cristiano Ronaldo $1 million a month, but you pay biologists 1,800 euros. Sorry, 1 million euros a month, whilst you pay biologists 1,800 euros a month. Why don't you go ask Cristiano Ronaldo for a cure?" That's exactly, that to me personifies our society to its core. That's exactly what we're talking about. That we pay someone like fucking Cristiano Ronaldo to fucking shuffle a piece of leather into a giant, cage, a giant fucking wardrobe, and we pay them $1 million euros a month. And the people that now we're all begging to save our lives, which are the biologists and the chemists that would create a cure for this coronavirus or a vaccine, or the nurses and the doctors that literally save your mother and father and grandmother and grandfather's lives, yeah, we pay them fuck all. We pay them fuck all because Cristiano Ronaldo, for some reason, tickles our fucking pee-pee when he scores a goal every week, or the ladies are all moist when they see him running the pitch. So he gets $1 million euros a month, but the people you really fucking want when the shit hits the fan, you pay fuck all. The ones you run to beg them for fucking cures and vaccines. So having said all that, this still pisses me off. And this is it. Why the fuck do you NHS people have to do this shit? This takes away so much of your credibility. It's unbelievable. Please stop doing this bullshit. Please. Because people are starting to think, and they're starting to buy into this coronavirus is a hoax or is created by the 5G towers bullshit from these crazy conspiracy fuckers, because you keep doing shit like this. Stop it. want to know, how bored do you have to fucking be at your job that you get time to do this? I have never been that fucking bored or without work at any job I've ever done. I have never been that fucking bored. Okay, this is and unfortunately this is not just the only one. I wish this was the only one. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this. What the fuck is this? What am I putting up with here? Look at this. Why are you doing this? This takes away so much of your fucking credibility. This is bad. This is not good for you. Stop doing this shit. Could you please stop with the TikTok fucking dance video? Look at this. What the fuck am I looking here? Your doctors, your nurses, people fucking depend on you. They admire you. They fucking clap for you every fucking week. I just heard the clapping like 8 o'clock tonight, 2 hours ago. Why? Why? No, not this. What the fuck, man? I typed TikTok videos. Why is... I don't know what the fuck that is. Why does Katie Hopkins keep appearing on this shit? I think... Look at this. What is this shit?
Wow, you can really dance. He went.
Oh Lord Almighty.
He went. They said we've both been dancing all this time.
By the way, this was choreographed. This was fucking cut up. This was organized. This was thought of. Like they had to fucking practice this shit. This wasn't even like some light fucking dance routine that was just like done off the, you know, off the back of. They're doing the fucking hacker.
Hey!
Oh dear Lord.
What
am I looking at? What am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at? What did I just see? Seriously.
Hey!
Seriously, am I...
This is the message we wish to affirm! Hey! You'll never beat us! We hate you, you damn!
Oh my fucking God. Oh Lord. I don't know what to say. I honestly, this is, look at this shit. What the fuck am I looking at? How is this a thing? How the fuck is that even a thing? Oh yeah. Clap away for those TikTok fucking videos. They put a lot of effort into it. It took fucking... You know, this takes rehearsal time. This actually requires rehearsal time. This isn't even like a 5 minutes fucking shit you could just whip out. This actually has... I mean, okay, maybe that's pretty quick. Oh, fucking hell. That's equipment. That's fucking hospital equipment. Look at this shit. She potentially broke fucking monitoring equipment here. Respirators and shit. Oh dear Lord. And by the way, the police and the ambulance workers don't get any better. It's funny, I'm finding it actually harder and harder to find. I think Twitter is kind of purging some of this shit. But I mean, we've all seen it. You all know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm fucking saying. This is fucking embarrassing as fuck. I mean, stop it. Please stop. Okay, you get the idea. You get the idea. I don't need to fucking harp on about this anymore. Please, NHS staff, please, ambulance workers, you know, those critically emergency kind of people, stop. Just fucking stop it. Fucking hell. Holy shit. There's more. There's even fucking more of it. Oh. So yeah. Those are my main gripes for today. What has grinded my gears? Let me on. Oh shit. Okay. Where are you? Are you in Discord? Jay is in Discord. Takia, get on Discord. Jay's in Discord. Okay, Jay, hold on. Hello, Mr. J. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jay? Oh, fuck. Hold on. No, there's no mute.
Hello?
Oh, my God.
Hello?
Oh, it's working. It's working.
Sorry, I just got on mute.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You can hear me,
complete the
right? You
stream.
can hear me. I can hear you. We're good to go. You can
I can
hear
hear you.
me. I can hear you. Watching me, watching you. Aha. What's up, the big man from Cyprus himself, Jay Turner, the war kettle himself? What's happening, dude?
I'm laughing my ass off. Sorry, I'm just taking myself off. Let it set up. Talk.
you're
Yeah, I'm
breaking
just
up.
laughing. I hate my phone. Hold on.
Are you on your phone?
Oh, crap.
Watching me, watching you. Aha. Do you prefer to go on StreamYard? Okay, let me jump on StreamYard. Let's see who's on StreamYard. Nope, there's no one on StreamYard. I see no one. Take your watch. Okay, I've got the choice of StreamYard and Discord. I'm on both. I will put the link of both. I actually prefer Discord though. Okay, let's promote Discord first because I want more people on Discord than StreamYard. By the way, the link to the Discord server is in the description. Okay, Jay's back. Big up the war kettle. How you doing, dude?
Big ups, I'm here. It's working.
Good man. I like it. I like it a lot.
You likey Discord?
I likey. I'm just doing a little different setup to the normal like StreamYard because Discord you get more people, you get more control. It's just so much more fun.
Exactly.
It's just this. There's a lot more happening in Discord. Oh shit. Yeah, the problem is I can't actually click on other things. That's the only thing with Discord is if I'm in Discord and I'm showing the Discord, I have to just show the Discord. I can't show any other screens otherwise in the Discord. Otherwise,
Mate, that's why we do the Discord overlay, so then we don't have to show the Discord and we just have the icons pop up in the corner of the stream.
That I know, but I don't like those icons. They're tiny and they don't
You can edit in the thing when you because it's a web browser and it tells you like shit, it's just exposing my nudes to everyone. Don't scroll up on that. Sorry, I was just looking up on the stream.
There was no nudes. There was no fucking nudes. What
because you didn't scroll up.
Yeah, there were no nudes. StreamYard allows sharing screen. Yeah, but so does
Discord.
Takir Watch. You see now Takir Watch is on. It wants to go on StreamYard. So now I'm torn between the two. I've actually got both on. But the problem is, if I put Takir Watch on StreamYard, you won't be able to hear. You won't be able to hear him. You want to jump on the StreamYard?
Yeah, I suppose because I'm the tech guy, I can easily do that. Give me the link.
There you go. Okay. The link. Have you got my stream open?
Yes.
You should see it in the main stream text. That's where I've placed it, or I can just drop it in the Hangout for the.
All right. Well, I'll go on there and I'll see you there.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Jay's gone. Big up the war kettle back again.
How many times am I going to get an introduction tonight? I think this is the third one. I'm going strong.
You are so hot that you need more than one introduction.
That is true. I am
the war kettle
one and
needs
only.
more than one introduction. Okay, we got Simon. Simon
I
from
want to say about this whole NHS thing, right? Before you get into it all, right? I think it's a good thing. It's good for morale. It's good for the morale of people. It's good for the morale of the country and the NHS.
You think so? You think them dancing around doesn't actually make people think, what the fuck, man? They're doing fuck all. They're just sitting around. And it's like, it
a stressful
feeds the
time.
conspiracy of the corona. That it's not real and all that.
I don't know. I see it as like a morale thing. I see it as a positive thing. It's helping out, you know.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Oh,
Mr. Simon
hello.
from Geopolitics.
Hello.
Okay. Good man, Simon. Okay, let me just switch over the thing because I was worried that you're not the real Simon. You're going to pawn on me.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It's the real Simon. What's up?
Yeah. What cuddle? By the way, your interview with Anne-Marie, beautiful. Really benefit from it, I would say.
Always. His interviews with Anne-Marie are always awesome. I've seen. How many have you done now?
Thank you.
You've done like four interviews with Anne-Marie now, haven't you?
Oh, I don't know. I've lost count.
Yeah,
done a
you
shit
and
ton
Anne-Marie
of
are
in-
tight.
Yeah, we tight. She's amazing. What can I say?
A question I would have for you, or I would challenge you, Banksy. The video that you were showing was not showing basically that doctors and nurses were busy. They were just playing out different memes on TikTok, I guess. So I would challenge you by saying that, first of all, in war times, when you were fighting the Nazis in your country, people need to go to the pub. People need to go and watch the cinemas, because that helps you get new energy to deal with other things.
Sure.
So we should be careful with moralizing these things. If you're going to work 12 hours past, if they tell you come 30 or 40 minutes earlier to make like a TikTok video, if that helps you bond with your team and it's less anxiety, it's actually okay.
Yeah, see, this man's 100% right. What I'm saying.
No, but the thing is, fine. You know, do some goofy thing for your own morals of your own thing, but don't post it on TikTok. Don't make this a public thing, because if you're making it public, then you're asking for views and you're looking for viral shit, and then you become, that leads towards what I see as number one, narcissism. Number two, people are going to start feeding. It's going to feed the conspiracies that this coronavirus doesn't exist. This is some kind of nefarious way of the government trying to control us and turn our countries into a fascistic state. That's
that the government overreacted and spent too much money, and so you've got lots and lots of nurses sitting around with fuck all to do.
Hey, this guy has a black and white picture. He's a Nazi.
You got to realize there are people who've lost their jobs because of this corona thing. There are people who are struggling for money because their business is about to go under, because they were hairdressers or they were coffee shop owners, and then they watch nurses dancing in hospitals. That is not a good
with
thing.
so much time on their hands that they can do that bollocks.
No, they come into the job like 40 minutes earlier. So it's a flaw in your logic.
Matter, dude. That's not the point. The point is it's PR. It's
So Banks, let me address that. So you can divide it in 2 points. First is it beneficial for the team group feeling. Second thing is what are you pushing for? What society, how they perceive you. The first thing, I definitely think it's anxiety releaser, and it's gonna make the team more. If they have fun together, it's gonna make the team more synchronized. The second thing is, how will the world view you, especially in your country? And if you want to talk about that part, I'm willing to talk about it.
Okay, the morale thing, first of all, before we get too far into this, hello Jupiter, welcome.
Hi Jupiter.
Okay, welcome Ned.
Totally.
You had one team dancing in full PPI gear. Are they going to reuse that? Are they going to use that on proper patients, or are they going to discard it now that they've danced in it?
Mm-hmm.
I think they thought about this. I would say that the PR thing is important. So this is the one-time opportunity. The doctors are behaving like the DJs or the artists. They're getting the shine, They are now the Batman, the Supermans of this world. And they are shining, and let them shine.
It's not their job to be the Batmans
it's
or the
not
Supermans
their job,
of this world.
But
their job is to be doctors and nurses. I don't want my fucking doctor to have a fucking Cape Crusade gig at the weekends. I don't want him to be moonlighting as fucking Wonder Woman.
This is their ego acting out. But the backside of it is that you want to come to a place that is stable. You don't want any differences, that's a backside, of course.
Yeah, but this is
so
what
they're
I mean.
acting out.
We don't look to doctors because they act like Chris Hemsworth. We look to doctors because they're doctors.
I know, but this is their time to shine. So I agree with you. It's not.
But there's another side to that, which is that they don't. We've opened all these Nightingale hospitals at enormous expense, at probably $1 billion or hundreds of millions at least, to open all these, and they're all being mothballed. They're not being used. They've had to close them, and it's not. It doesn't help when you go onto TikTok and you see all these nurses dancing, and you sort of think, what are they doing with their time? Shouldn't they be doing something a bit more productive?
But they are actually coming to the job like 30 minutes earlier, so it's not they
How do
taking
you know
time.
that?
No. But,
How do you
but
know
Takir,
that?
I'm giving you one scenario. So if you work
Takir, you're
normally
right.
it's like 8 hours. But Banksy, hold on, let me just. Normally you work 8 hours, but now they're forcing you to work 14 hours, 12 hours. You know, can they have like 30 minutes? They would come together
No,
and
that's in a
share something
ward.
with their friends.
That's in a ward. That's in a ward. That's not in a changing room. That's not in a back room. That's in a ward. That's not in a canteen.
In an
That's in a
empty ward at that. It's
an
like
empty
most of them
ward.
are
You sort of think,
completely empty.
yeah, there's a whole load of people sitting around twiddling their thumbs, and then they're getting up to that nonsense.
And
And I'm
because
paying for it.
You're moralizing.
There's been very many hundreds of people not getting cancer treatment, not getting any other hip replacement, not getting other stuff that they might need to make their life better, and people with heart attacks have not been calling the NHS or going into hospital and dying because they've been afraid of not, number one, catching COVID because they made it seem like the hospital's overrun and rampant with it, and number two, because they said don't overload the NHS. Where did this crazy mindset come from that we are now saving the NHS when the NHS is supposed to save humans?
Well, Jupiter, I would ask you that if you have someone who's a nurse who works for like 12 hours and they have 60 minutes to eat their lunch, and if they choose to spend like 20 minutes of that, because the videos are often like a minute and a half, where they have like 20 minutes where they can actually just go through the different way of dancing, and then they post it on TikTok, do they have the right to spend their 60 minutes lunch break as they want? And
Not in a ward, not with medical equipment, not knocking medical equipment over.
But you're moralizing right now.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am
Some of them
moralising.
don't
Yeah,
do-
you got me.
some of them-
You do quite a bit of moralising, and
Some
good
of
on
them-
you for doing it. Now
Some
it's
of them
my
don't-
turn.
It's not medical equipment. They just use a bed, or some of them use
They
nothing.
knocked. They
No,
knocked.
did you not see the video with the woman who just fell over with some monitoring equipment? It looked like heart monitor type.
I don't know. Maybe she just transgressed her rights. But normally you'll see them dance. They just have a bed. It's very like basic things. So my question for you would be, if they have 60 minutes and they choose to use like 30 minutes to train how to dance, and they upload a video of like a minute and a half, do you think that's okay?
Look,
No.
ultimately, it's not whether it's. I think if people fuck around at work all the time, it's not. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have let off some steam, do some gooky things. Me and one of my previous jobs, we used to chase each other with Nerf guns and shoot each other. I shot a dude in his eye once. He didn't sue. It's okay. Everything was fine. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we fuck around at work, but we don't post it on TikTok. We just let off some steam and we get back to our work. We don't put it on social media so that the world can see, especially if you're in a position where you're supposed to be a person of responsibility, when people are looking up to you in this environment. Hell, I wouldn't post one of my Nerf fighting sessions at work in normal scenarios. Let alone now when the world is looking at the doctors and the nurses and kind of, little kids have got dewy eyes as if they're their heroes. And then you see them fucking around.
And what about the social distancing?
Well, I mean, they've got PPE gear, PPE gear.
But they weren't wearing it. They weren't wearing the masks.
No, some of them were, some of them weren't. It's a mixed bag. And that's why some of the complaints were the fact that they were wearing the fucking masks and wasting them.
That's the thing, Banksy. Where does it end? We've seen policemen dancing around on Pride weekends when they should be doing fucking better things. We've seen them dancing around in the lockdown, actually, and then 5 minutes later going and handing out a ticket to somebody who's reading a book in the park. It's a piss take.
I know.
Absolute fucking piss take.
I know, but this is what I'm saying. It's not like, no, I mean, look, I was at the protest of Extinction Rebellion, at the very video that was shot where two police officers started dancing to the music and started actually rapping a little bit because they could do it pretty well. I was there. It was a Tuesday night. I was there. I just wasn't on camera, but I was there and I saw those two police officers do it. And I'll be honest, at the time, I was like, okay, these guys are kind of chilled police officers. They're a little bit cooler than the other stiffs. They're a little bit less of a job's worth, and they're just chilling with these Extinction Rebellions. They know that, there's nothing they can do at the moment. They're not going to be able to move them for a while. So they were just chilling. That video and the one that another police officer skateboarding on London Bridge went viral. And those police officers were getting shit. Nick Ferrari was giving those two police officers shit for a whole week on his radio show. And I didn't even think twice about it when I saw them, and I was standing in front of them. I was like, yeah, it's all right. They're just chilled. But suddenly it became a global, a countrywide scandal. How dare the police look like they're enjoying themselves whilst these, Extinction Rebellion lot are closing off Oxford Street. And that's it. That's what I mean. That's why when you're in a position of responsibility, you can't get away with shit like that. What a normal person would do, if I was dancing around and goofing off at that Extinction Rebellion, no one would give two shits. But because they were police officers, because that uniform means something, because when you put that uniform on, you are a position of authority. The people trust you with that authority. So you can't fuck around. You can't. I'm sorry. Your job dictates you don't fuck around. And it's the same when you're a nurse and a doctor.
Well, there's one that you showed, which was of a group of ambulance men carrying a stretcher like it was a coffin. I don't know whether you remember.
Yeah,
remember
I saw that one. I saw that
one.
Yeah.
You've got people dying, and you've got these guys joshing around carrying a coffin.
I know.
What the hell is that about?
I know. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. There are people.
A really funny meme.
Well, you mean those guys? The African guys dancing.
Yeah.
No, but that's a whole other thing. That's actually an actual funeral.
Funny meme.
And don't get me wrong, that's funny as fuck. But what I'm saying
but
is,
the dancing African guys has become a meme, though, hasn't it?
It
so
is.
we're reenacting it. I mean, it was funny. I was laughing my balls off when I seen that the first time, and I'm still laughing at it now.
Look, don't get me wrong. I still sort of snigger and sort of laugh at some of these TikTok videos of these nurses and doctors. It's not that it's not funny. It's that the optics on this is terrible for the current climate that we're in. If they had done this outside of this particular period, people wouldn't have made any difference. But the thing is, it's not only just that they only did one or two. It's like a freaking wave of this shit. It's like they're tagging each other in these TikTok videos. Okay, NHS freaking Wimbledon did it. Now NHS fucking Chiswick has to do one. It's like, what the hell? All these different NHS trusts are like tagging each other in these videos, almost as if they're daring the next one to do another one. And it's like more and more. It's not one or two rare incidents and you go, okay, they were just letting off some steam. The fucking thing is becoming like an.
They have something to clap for. Why don't they have competitions on who can get the most patients through the door in A&E and sort it out the quickest, and we'll clap every week for the highest scorer.
There you go. That is, I swear, that is spot on. Let them have a frigging chart of how many people they tested in a week and how many people they cleared in a week. I'll fucking clap for that. Whoever has the highest number of patients that have been cleared from the hospital and the highest number of tested patients, because the government's trying to reach 100,000 a day, right? And I think they reached it once. I'm not sure whether they're consistently doing that. But if they can reach 100,000, well then let's put the hospitals in competition with each other. Let's have TikTok videos.
Hold on, Banksy. First of all, this is a non-issue. Let's just remember that. This is us being basically offended about nothing. So yeah, this is a non-issue.
Well,
we have like much more important things.
It is and it isn't. I mean, I don't see it as a complete
give
non-issue.
both sides.
Fair enough.
Doctors don't.
No, but
give both sides so I can take like your opinion on that.
Okay, I'll tell you why, Takia, I don't think it's a complete non-issue. Is that nurses and doctors dancing around doing fucking TikTok dance sequences, and they're perfectly fine, and their videos are like everywhere, and no one's banning any of those. And yet David Icke comes up and says some conspiratorial shit about how the COVID-19 is connected to his colonoscopy last week, and suddenly he's banned from every YouTube, every social media on the planet. The fact is, these guys are feeding into people like David Icke. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show you that David Icke gets banned because he talks about conspiracy shit all the time, And yet doctors and nurses are dancing in hospitals, and people are starting like, maybe this David Icke guy's got a point. That's what I'm worried about, is that people, it's making David Icke look like a credible fucking person. And
maybe their plan is to make him credible. Oh,
by the way, welcome Pavlov. I'm sorry I didn't welcome
How's
you.
it going, bro? No problem.
Go ahead, Pavlov. 2 cents. Drop it.
Oh man. I mean, it's just funny, they keep going on and on. How about, all the hospitals are full and the NHS are heroes and this and that, and they just keep releasing these cringe videos of them, dancing and kissing and whatnot. I saw a video, a guy and a girl. I'm not complaining. The chick was very attractive, but
wow.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the one. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think it just ruins their reputation, man. I don't think it's good for them.
Well, that's my entire thing, is that these people are not regular Joes. They're not McDonald's workers and Starbucks, what do you call it? These cafe people. For baristas. These are hospital nurses and doctors. These are the people that they're some of the most trusted individuals in our society. We put a high degree of trust in your doctor's opinion about whether you have colon cancer or it's just genital warts. We really do actually trust what they say. We don't just take these people lightly. They are not average workers. If a bunch of McDonald's...
Banksy, their reputation will not be jeopardized based on dancing. This is innocent.
Yes, it will.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, it will. It absolutely will.
I think there's another side to it. And that is questions about whether we've spent too much, whether we've gone whether we've gone overboard with all of this. If you look at Sweden, apparently, now I know that Sweden's not Britain, but if you actually look, they've done very, very well, and they haven't had all the social distancing. They've had social distancing, but they've not had the lockdown that we have.
Well, actually,
Sweden's not doing well.
Yeah, Takir is from Sweden.
Sweden's not doing any better than any other country.
Hold on. I actually live in Sweden. You want to challenge me?
Go for it. Go for it. Well, actually, that's what I mean. Takir, you can give us first-hand information.
Yeah. So first of all, you have to understand that you cannot trust our politicians and our media, because the media is very strong here. It's like the Guardian has muscles that they have in like 4 times. So you have to look for social media to understand a competitive opinion on the same issue. So we've had like 4 times as much death as our neighboring country. So if you take our neighboring country, which should be Finland, Denmark, Norway, and what more country? Like one more country. So if you take that in combination, so we have like 4 or 5 nations, we have the same amount of death in one nation. Do you understand? So how are we doing better than our neighboring country?
But what I mean is, have you got lockdown though? What's the lockdown situation?
No. Our lockdown is...
They don't.
It's
well,
recommendation.
There you go. That's the thing, isn't it?
So, so what Sweden has taken is basically, we don't want to lose our economy. So we're not going to have a lockdown, which has led that you sacrifice your elders and you don't have the equipment needed. And they have 4 times as many people dead as your neighboring country, or the 4 neighboring country has the same amount of death as Sweden has. So how are we doing better than our neighboring country?
Well, according to the Daily Telegraph, it says that Sweden and Denmark took wildly different approaches to handling the coronavirus pandemic, and so far it hasn't made much difference, according to the Telegraph.
Wow.
They have similar public trust in government, similar social structures, demographics, and health systems, but wildly different coronavirus strategies. Denmark locked down early, shutting schools, everything else, and Sweden has taken a lighter touch of approach, shutting none of these, and instead relying on the public's common sense behaviour. Last Wednesday, the 2 countries' health agencies both published their report cards giving estimates on what differences their contrasting approaches had made. And the result, not that much. That's the Telegraph from 2 days ago.
4 times as many deaths in each country. Are you joking with me? There's no difference.
Well,
So in Denmark,
what's the population difference? Is Sweden 4 times the larger population?
Denmark has probably half population as us, and they have like probably like 200 deaths. While Sweden, we're passing like 3,000 now.
Well, according to the John Hopkins University site, Denmark has 514 deaths officially reported. Norway has 217, and Sweden has 3,040. The thing is,
but hold on. You need to understand this. That Sweden changed their way of measuring death. That they just measure people who are deaf by if they seek help. So there's a lot of people who don't seek help that died by COVID. They don't include this in statistics. In the beginning, Sweden had this approach. Everybody who were killed or died, they measured them, and if they have COVID, they were included in statistics. So Sweden has manipulated statistics. This is very important. So they are acting very snakish.
But Britain has over 30,000 deaths. They are in a lockdown, and we have our economy that's going to be in the shit after this. So we're getting all of this.
But have you changed the way you measure who are actually who were killed by the COVID-19?
Yeah,
we changed the middle of it.
Apparently we were playing because we haven't had testing. We've not been. If somebody's died and they've exhibited some of the signs of COVID, they've been put down as a COVID-related death, even though there's no medical proof. There's been no testing. There's been no evidence that person may have died of COVID.
Okay, but I told you Sweden changed the way of testing or of measuring this. Before that, everybody who died, they tested them if they were related to this, and then they include them in the statistics. But probably a month ago, they changed it. So this is one way to actually manipulate statistics.
So did we. In fact, we've done it. We've done it in the last few days. We've changed the way that.
Yeah. They started recording the actual deaths of people in
seeked help.
No, not seeked help. They were not recording people who died in nursing homes of the COVID as COVID deaths. They started to do that, and it jumped by like 20,000 or some.
So your number should be higher, right?
It is now, because it was around 19,000. And once they started to do that, we're now over 30,000.
In Sweden, it's the opposite. That they used to take everybody who were killed that had a symptom. They did check them, and now they changed the opposite. That no, they're not part of the statistics. It's only those who seek help.
Crazy thing is, the death rate's gone down in this country.
Meaning the numbers are 3,000, but it should be like probably like double. So if you compare that to our neighboring nations, we have like probably like I'm seeing they have quarter of us in each nation. It should be like 3 or 4 times as death. So what are you proud about in Sweden?
You'll have an economy at the end of it. We're going to go down the toilet.
So you want to sacrifice people for that?
We're going to have an economy equivalent to that of Zimbabwe.
No, because you don't sacrifice your people. You're having
my grandchildren are going to be paying for it. I'm sorry.
Why are you? Do you feel insecure in your position? Why do you have to interrupt? Can I have like 20 seconds?
Yeah. Sure. Guys, give Takir a minute.
You rather take care of your people and have a crush economy, and then you just cut off your economy that you give to different nations for like 10 years. But take care of your people, because the people that are sacrificed right now are the elder people, and you better take care of them because they've helped to build the nations. And so the Swedish people are not caring about those who are killed. They care more about the economy, and they're trying to manipulate the statistics.
But Sweden's a feminist state. Why would they do that?
Yeah, you would think that
medical advice. It's scientific advice. The advice that their scientists said that this was the best course of action. Our scientists, based out of Imperial College London, said our way was the best. We've been different countries have been guided by the medical advice, their medical sort of scientific advisors, except for Trump, who's just done what the fuck he wanted.
Sweden used to say that this virus will not come here. Just do your thing, and they were like very relaxed. Like people here, they're like, "You're too relaxed. We're wondering why don't you take this more seriously?" And then what they just say is that they're being naive. And they just take new measures.
But one thing I will say, Takir, compared to everywhere else in Europe, certainly Britain, Germany, France, Sweden, Holland, Denmark, they're not even close to the numbers that we have in Britain, Germany,
Or the
and
population, though. That
Well,
I mean, or
exactly.
the population density either.
Yeah, and exactly. You have to look for per 100,000. That's how you do it. Per capita.
But also the spread of people. You've got a big country, Sweden, and not many people. We've got a small island, and we're all packed in. One of the sort of the most highly dense population densities in Europe.
density.
Ned, that's why it's important to shut down very early, and those who show symptoms, they seek help so they don't spread it. And then if you give it like 2-3, maybe like a month, 2-3 weeks, maybe a month, then you can light it up, slowly, light up slowly. But if you just keep it relaxed, then the curve will not flatten. Actually, you'll have more people who will be affected by it.
Or you could be living in Cyprus where they pretty much lock down straight away, shut the airports, and you have to tell the government to go outside.
Whoever's sick, you have to find them quickly. They seek help, and then you deal with them. Or you do nothing, you get to do recommendation, and then everybody will be affected, or at least a lot of them. Jupiter, do you want to jump in?
Sorry, was that Jupiter? Did you want to say something?
Oh, I thought she was on her way to say something.
No, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to come in.
No. There's recent reports though in the Daily Mail today saying that the lockdown was unnecessary. That they think that from experts that the maximum impact against the COVID spreading was when they shut the schools. That really they should have shut the schools earlier and stopped mass gatherings. And also, they've noted, which ironically enough I spotted straight away, and so did a few other people, that it's to do with internationals, and they should have shut the borders a lot earlier. So really, the actual lockdown was unnecessary. That's not really been effective.
Is the airports shut down, which would have been more beneficial?
Yeah.
Can I just say that that's kind of like a little bit kind of what happened here. So if they'd shut the airports a little bit sooner, some of the cases might not have happened, because a guy that was ill in hospital, his family flew over from Britain and brought like 6 cases with them.
Shit.
Yeah.
The thing is that hindsight's a wonderful thing. The problem is that nobody realised that this disease would have the mortality rate that it eventually had. A lot of people were saying that this would just be another variant of flu, but a little bit worse than a variant of flu. I don't know whether you've heard anybody with this disease, but they are seriously fucked. I heard a recording of try and find a recording of somebody with coronavirus, and they sound like they're 99 years old. They can barely talk. It's and they die in their own vomit, and not their own phlegm.
Fluid, yeah, and also the fluid that builds up in their lungs as well. But the one thing I will say, Ned, and this is something I think that was misgauged or misunderstood, is because the Chinese tend to be thinner and generally in better health than Europeans and North Americans, they gauged the kind of mortality rate based on the Chinese numbers. But when this thing came over to Europe and North America, they realized, oh shit, the population is so much more unfit. There's so much more obesity. There's so much more heart disease.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, yeah.
There's plenty of conditions because of the pollution and shit.
Well, no, but what I mean is generally, this was taken as a general understanding that, okay, the way it's affected the Chinese, the Koreans or the Japanese, it'll affect Europeans in a similar way. But they found that as a population, these countries have far more unhealthy people or with underlying health conditions than actually the ones over there, and so when those numbers started to come in, that's why the mortality rate suddenly shot up so much more in this part of the world than it did in that. Although the Chinese numbers are highly suspicious, that's why I don't really count on them.
You can't trust them.
Yeah, I trust the South Koreans and the Japanese numbers far more, because they're a much more open society. So for me, those are the countries that I'm looking at, and the way that they dealt with it. And the Koreans are a fucking champ on this. They've really did a brilliant job at dealing with this. And how is it that we're not actually emulating the Koreans? I have no idea why.
The Koreans are shutting down everything like quickly so they can find those who have the symptoms, and once they deal with them, then they can make them healthy. At least they're not going to spread anything. But if you have a relaxed way, then they're going to spread to everyone,
We're trying to follow the South Korean model, aren't we, with that app?
Yeah, I like Britain's way of handling this.
Really? Really?
Sweden is not a model, guys. First of all,
I don't want an app. I don't want an app.
First of all, you cannot make a conclusion. You have to let it go like a year to have like the bigger picture, because it's going to come a second wave and a third wave. So we have to be.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So we have to be really careful to what we like praise. But I think the British model is really good. The Swedish model, they are so relaxed. You become worried for the leaders,
Thing is, Simon, is that we really have fucked up our economy. Seriously fucked up our economy.
There's going to be big damage.
Big damage.
But I mean, it's yeah. I mean, first of all, our unemployment rate in Sweden is around 11-12%. What's in your country?
Well, before the corona, I'm not sure, but it was certainly single figures.
It was 3 or 5, something like that.
Yeah, we were very low. We had some of the highest employments in decades before.
So yeah, it can never be lower than 6.8. It's called the Nairo formula. If you have lower than 6.8% in unemployment, then those who are seeking jobs, they can always ask for higher raise. And if they don't get the raise, they can just change jobs. So this was a person who won the Nobel Prize. He won the Nobel Prize because he found out that lower than 6.8%, now you're going to devalue the economy. So, yeah.
All right.
Banksy, you raised an interesting point about BMI and people's weight. And if you actually think about it, in Spain and Italy, their BMI is actually quite low. I'd be surprised if there are too many people in Italy or too many people. Everyone talks about the Mediterranean diet and how healthy everybody in Spain and Italy is, and yet they died in huge numbers.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out, Takia, I don't know exactly what information you have, but I just typed unemployment rate in the UK, and in January 2020 it was 3.8%. In the United States was actually 3.6%. So I'm
bad.
I'm not entirely sure about the 6% thing. France was 8.2.
Well, Banksy is called Nairo formula. So he won the Nobel Prize in the 1970s.
I have no problem. It's just that is literally the unemployment rate in the UK was 3.8%.
So if your unemployment rate is like 5.1, then the government banking system should increase the interest to cause unemployment. That's a deal that they have with the government.
Well, they were raising the interest rates because they claimed that the government the economy is bouncing back from the 2008 crash. Right. So they were actually on the verge of raising interest rates anyway back in it was a while back. But yeah, I mean the United States and United Kingdom were in just under 4% back in January.
In my country, both the left side and left wing, right wing have the deal with the government that if you're below 6.8%, to avoid inflation, that the government will increase interest to cause more unemployment.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure. I mean, this is the official national statistics. Unemployment in the United Kingdom, April 2020. Now, this is much more recent. I guess this will be. This is other page. Says December 2019 to February 2020. This is the official figures. The UK's unemployment rate was estimated at a record high. UK employment rate was estimated at a record high of 76.6%, 0.4% point higher than a year earlier, and 0.2%. The UK unemployment rate was estimated at 4%, largely unchanged compared to the year earlier, and 0.1%. 1% point higher than the previous quarter. So no, it was really fucking low. It was really low before all this shit happened. We'll see. We'll
Actually,
see.
if you look at the charts, I think he might have a point. If you look at the charts, it was around 6% a couple of years earlier. That may have been as a result of the
I mean,
crash
it could
in
be.
2008.
It could be how they're calculating it, because I don't know. But this is the government's own national statistics, so I can't really do anything better. Office of National Statistics. It's literally the only thing I've got to go with. But it's I don't know. Maybe because I mean, you can massage these sort of figures a lot. So I don't know what.
Well, that's all history now, isn't it? It's all history now, because when we come out of this, there's going to be an awful lot of people out of work, and it's going to be much higher than 10%.
Yeah, all your small business guys, your even to some extent you could say your corner shops, but certainly your restaurant owners, your hairdressers, your bar owners, your small, all sorts of different types of small businesses. Your plumber, your mechanics to some extent, all sorts of different businesses.
Here's the thing, though: if you've got a lot of people that haven't had a haircut, and and their computers are messed up, and their cars are messed up, and they are actually able to have some money, surely there may be a massive, great big rebound. I don't know.
Well, there'll be a boost.
Market, they're now charging £175 for a haircut to get a mobile hairdresser, but they're saying that's lost the fact because they're putting themselves at risk of catching COVID to come and cut people's hair.
Well, even if they open, there will be a boost initially, but that boost will be very short-lived, because you got to realize, let's say you're in a village of 200 people, and you're the fourth hairdresser in that village. How many of those customers are you really going to be able to churn through in a day or in a week or whatever? It's going to get divided amongst that four very quickly, and some will do better than others. Some will be able to churn out the customers faster than others. So you won't get every customer. Do you know what I mean? You'll get some customers.
Do you know, after the Second World War, a lot of countries were totally broken and bankrupt and shattered. But because they were in a mess, it led to a massive, great big bounce and about 30 years of massive growth and prosperity and boom, because it was like a reaction to the Second World War and a reaction to the Great Depression.
Yeah, but there was a Great Depression first. And there was the Great Second World War, so there was a period of suffering before there was the boom. You know what I mean? So there will be a window of suffering. I can't see it any other way. There will be a period of severe hardship before there's a boom.
To me, I think the biggest damage is going to be trust. I mean, we already don't trust our parliaments enough, and I don't know if we can believe what they're telling us to be true. When you've got the people on the death of people that are said to be dying of something else, for a start, that's completely right. Then you had them spending all this money on opening up places like Nightingale and everything else. There was a big morgue in East London that they've since shut down and closed within 2 weeks. You had all the wards that were empty, but they were telling us they were full. And on top of that, we've seen the actual members of Parliament not even acting according to their own rules. I mean, look at the man that was in charge of telling us what to do. He broke the rules. Boris Johnson was at the birth of his baby. Why is he allowed and everyone else has got to be Skyped? I mean, even down to Nadine Dorries, how quickly she was back in Parliament. All of it just stinks of lies.
I don't know. This is what brings me to. Sorry, Pavlov, I had to mute you because you were vigorously typing away at your keyboard. Now I don't know what kind of Pornhub are you on, but that is some insane amount of typing for that cam girl. I sure hope she's appreciating it.
Oh shit! I thought I muted myself. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you were tapping away like it was going out of fashion. But
you sure he was tapping away? Was he?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. There was some rapid finger movements of something.
They removed the T and put an
stimulated
S.
by the conversation.
Yeah, as I said, that cam girl better appreciate your effort.
With an S.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I can't be serious for too long. It's just not me. But as far as what Jupiter was saying, yes, Jupiter, I agree with you. This is what I mean about these TikTok videos. It feeds in to all the conspiracies that goes on. Oh, the hospitals are not even that busy. The freaking nurses and doctors are playing silly buggers all day long. So what is this? They're just taking us into lockdown. They've just made my business, made me shut my business down for a month, and now I'm not going to be able to afford the rent, the what do you call rent and rates, all of the crap. Because this is the thing. Like these businesses. I used to own a business. I know what rents and rates are like. I know for a fact the landlord is not going to give up a penny of their rent, but is the government gonna give them some leeway on the rates, the business rates that these businesses have to pay? Because they're going to be screwed if they're having to make all these back payments for all the rent and rate that they haven't been paying. Mortgages, are people going to get any kind of leeway on their mortgage? No. What they're going to get is a fucking big fat bill that they have to cough up 3 months worth of rent in one go instead of breaking it down. So what's going to happen? People aren't, the landlords are not going to give up a penny. The bankers are not going to give up a penny of their money. So the government has to do the heavy lifting.
Banksy, the banks are actually getting favors.
Well,
so they're not going to give any favors to their clients.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. If the government is giving some leeway to the banks, then the banks are supposed to trickle that down. If they're not, then the government has to do the heavy lifting here. They're going to have to, lower or forgive people's council tax for the few months, or they're going to have to forgive the rates of business rates for a few months. They're going to have to forgive something. Someone's going to have to give. 90% of the time, it's going to come on the government. And if the government has to shell out or forgo those amounts of money that they would expect to come in, that was going to reflect the budget. The budget is then going to have to manage the money that they have in order to make sure services are carry on running. Your hospitals, your bin men, your road works, all of that crap. So something's going to have to give. Personally, as a somewhat of a limp-wristed leftist, I would say take that budget out of the military. Because the military is always a place where all this shit goes.
Jesus Christ, Banksy. No,
I know. I'm a pussy.
Military.
What can I say? But what I will say
you
is,
fucking are a pussy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, for a temporary thing, the military is the only place.
That reminds me of. That reminds me of. It reminds me of a guy. One of the conspiracy theorists that I've been talking to, and he told me, "Well, look at them. They stopped everything. They closed the churches. They closed everything, but." They didn't remove the police. What is this? They want to control us with the police. Like, what do you expect, man? Do you expect them to remove the damn police so people can steal freely?
No. I'm not talking about the police. I'm talking about the military. I'm talking about the army.
I know, but the military is the same shit, man. You remove the damn military, you get an invasion from another country that didn't.
No. I'm not saying remove anything. I'm saying that if there is an area of society that needs to take the hit, the financial hit of budget, then I would rather for it to be on less guns and bombs than it is on nurses and respirators. So this is what I'm saying. There will have to be a financial hit at some point in society. Where would you want that hit to be in? Do you want it to be at your schools, at your hospitals, at your police and your fire workers? Or do you want it to be at your, nuclear subs and aeroplane carriers and missiles and helicopters? Where do you want this hit to be?
You're talking about priorities, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, the bankers, they're not getting money with conditions. They're just getting money. If they should actually added some conditions that, we're gonna help you to not become bankrupt on the conditions that you give the loaners some leeway if they cannot pay, some sort of deal. But beyond that, you gave a second point, which was basically if there's any institution or society that's going to take a hit. Military outside your country, most definitely.
I would say personally, now again, this may draw me back in a little bit from being a complete pussy leftist cuck. I would say foreign aid, that probably should take a hit. We should not carry on with the same level of foreign aid for a while. again, I'm looking at areas which are outside of your hospitals and your schools and your your essential services. Effectively, I'm looking at areas that are outside of your housing benefits and your infrastructure building. Sorry.
Listen, I agree with you. Exactly, you're completely right. And they should stop giving out grants to silly little things like the housing for Muslims and things like that. You know, housing associations just building for Muslims and for this Muslim group and for the black and ethnic minority group. But listen, everybody should be getting the same facilities. You don't need all these extra groups, and the grants that go out to them is pathetic.
Well, there you go. I mean, maybe there has to be more of a back seat on these sort of things. But what I'm saying is, I'm just circling I'm putting a circle around everyone in Britain. As long as you're inside Great Britain, then sure, we should, focus on helping if you're in the country. Now, whether you should be in the country or not, that's another conversation. But help everyone in the country. So foreign aid, I don't see it as a thing that we should be focused on. I think most of that money should be. But by the way, the point of foreign aid, if people think foreign aid is to actually help people that are poor in other countries, that's not the reason for foreign aid. The foreign aid, quote unquote, is bribe money for despots and dictators. That's mostly what foreign aid actually is. So yes, we do still have to grease the palm of certain assholes around the world because they meet our certain foreign interest. But can we take away a little bit? I mean, would some of these fucking dictators be able to live with a slightly smaller mansion this year than the one they had previously? Because I really would rather have that money go to the hospitals and schools than some despot prick who's going to build another condo or another extension to his palace.
Foreign aid is a destructive concept. First of all, if you want to cut foreign aid, you should do it within 5 years so they can actually get a plan. Because each nation should, plan to become independent from other nations and work with neighboring nations. So no nation should actually receive foreign aid for a longer period than if you have a catastrophe or something like that for 2 years, 5 years. So I don't agree with foreign aid. Just cut it, but give them 5 years to prepare.
But what I'm saying is,
2 years.
Whether they should prepare or not prepare. You see, as I said, Takia, I think you misunderstand what foreign aid is. I don't think foreign aid is to help the people of the nations that we give foreign aid to. This is to grease the palms of despots and dictators. We're keeping certain people in certain positions because they meet our foreign policy goals. So these are not money to go to and feed a child or build a well or build a house for some person in Zimbabwe.
That's the money that got given to the Ethiopian Spice Girls. Do you remember them?
Which one? Sorry, could you tell me?
Ethiopian Spice Girl.
Space to El Rondor. I'm gonna bounce.
Are you sure? No, it's okay.
Simon. Yeah, I'm bouncing.
Oh,
yeah, in Ethiopia, we gave aid. We gave aid to a pop group.
A pop group?
Yeah, look it up.
Wow.
The Telegraph actually complained that because of the backlash that it got, and it was stopped in the end. But that's what they're spending.
Look who's here.
Welcome.
Good
Sorry,
evening.
guys. Hello, Erendel. Okay, Erendel is my favorite German ethno-nationalist. Okay, hang in there. Let Jupiter finish because I want to hear what Jupiter was saying. Jupiter, are you done with your?
Yeah,
with your
I'm just hanging around.
No worries.
It's okay. I'm just saying that's the kind of thing that we give aid, doing it for the benefit of stuff. I mean, look, this is the Telegraph complaining when it got stopped, right? An NGO that uses music and radio to spread awareness about girls' rights in Ethiopia, so that's what it was meant to be for, has lost its UK funding after a negative press campaign against the Ethiopian Spice Girls, in brackets, obviously. And they were a 5-piece pop group called Yegna, and they were getting money that was meant for aid. It's ridiculous. When they start thinking that that's something positive, then it's pathetic. When there's much more serious things like starvation in the world.
Wow. That I mean, again,
you have to have priorities.
Well, this is what I'm saying. The foreign aid, people misunderstand what foreign aid is. Foreign aid isn't to help people. Again, I will refer you for the 100th time to the book, The Dictator's Handbook. Read it. It will explain why we give foreign aid to places and why that's the strategy behind foreign aid is not what people think it is. It isn't about helping the countries, because if it was about actually helping those particular countries come out of poverty or debt, or well, poverty really, we would have a completely different strategy. That we wouldn't just give money to them. We would not give money to countries who've got dictators.
We use it to promote trade. One of the major reasons why we do it is to promote trade.
Promote trade, keep certain dictators in position of power, because those dictators suit our foreign aid, advances, or our foreign aid aims, because that dictator is keeping the other guy in check, or is keeping that region in check, or whatever it is that we need of them.
If we help with any kind of project in a third world country or developing country, all that equipment will be British, and a lot of the expertise and design work will be British. So, I mean, it provides work for people in this country. It is used as a means for trade, and also because we're on the Security Council of the UN, it's something that keeps our place at the UN. We're one of the big five, and we shouldn't really be there. Britain and France shouldn't be at the head table at the United Nations. Not anymore. We're not powerful enough. But because of our aid, we use that as a way to justify our place at that table.
Yeah, no. The thing is, though, Britain is one of very few nuclear-powered nations. They will always be on the. They're one of the founding people of the United Nations. It's like having the Justice League, and then
Germany should be there instead of Britain and France.
Yeah, but Ned, it's like having the Justice League, and then you take out Batman and Superman. It's like, what are you kidding me?
You know, if Batman's got old and he can't get up the side of the mountain, get up the side of the skyscraper anymore, he's fucked, isn't he?
I mean, to be fair, if you take everyone but Superman, the Justice League doesn't suffer that much.
Yeah, look, it was just an example. We're not going into details of how overpowered Superman actually is, and he
but it's a good example because there's certain members who are more important than others.
Yeah,
you know, it's a more accurate example than it might sound at first, because Superman is the only one who actually gets shit done, and the rest is basically a bunch of trash usually.
How dare you say that about Batman?
It's true. It's like in those
Superman.
There's like the main hero doing all the stuff, and his friends are like, "Yeah, friendship is magic. We're supporting you. Yay!"
There's so much shit from Batman fans.
Okay, Batman is kind of an exception because he has plot armor, and he supposedly outsmarts everyone, even though everyone else has superpowers and mental superpowers too.
Yeah, but the fact is that Batman probably has a semi-automatic full of kryptonite bullets somewhere hidden in his underwear.
Yeah, like in his buttocks.
Fuck Batman, I stand with Bane, man.
Oh.
And this is clear. Batman is just keeping the status quo, in my opinion. This is what I read from the Batman universe. It is this society where Batman was trained to become Batman. What is it called again? The Secret Society with Ra's al Ghul. This whole thing, right? They want to re-establish order, right? And
but they wanted to destroy half the city.
Yes.
We're going
they
way
see
too
it.
down.
It is necessary, like the phoenix out of the ashes type of thing. They think that the world is too far gone to fix it in a. It is. Batman is like the civic nationalist type of guy, okay? And these guys are the ethno-nationalists. They say, let the world burn and then let's rebuild it.
Yeah, you're the Joker, okay? You're the Joker in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're gonna pick a side besides Batman, I think Joker is the best side.
Joker is just embracing
at least
embracing the clown
Joker
world.
wasn't racist, I suppose. You know, he would just be crazy with everyone. So at least with the Joker, you get an equality, I suppose.
There you go. There you go.
That depends. You know, that depends how much you read into it. Because I've seen some interesting theories about the whole story. You know.
Yeah.
Joker
I
had
see some
specific motives to do what he did. I mean, obviously, it's not certain, but I've even seen theories the Joker planned to do what he did, and you know, he planned to be beaten by Batman because he actually wanted to improve the city. And you know, in the last movie, the beginning of the last movie, we can see that the city actually improved before Bane appeared and fucked shit up. But anyway, before that, it actually got better.
So he was actually a benevolent, chaotic person.
Yeah,
the whole Joker.
I personally don't know about that. You know, I have another opinion about it. But anyway,
can I just get back to something that Jupiter said earlier about the about popularity for what the British what the government's doing, and it is actually saying there's a. I was looking at a YouGov poll which actually said that the majority of the British nation are supporting what the government, the government's measures. Now, whether that stays is another matter. I just threw that in.
From what was that?
It's YouGov. It was a polling.
Yeah, when?
That's a good point. It was on the it was on the 24th. So it was Friday the 24th of April.
Oh
so
yeah,
it's 2 weeks ago.
Not that old, so yeah, but I tell you what, in Germany the whole situation is changing. I know that in March, most people supported what the government is doing because no one has a clue what the fuck is going on, and especially in Germany.
But you've done really well. You should be proud.
No, yeah, wait for it. There's a lot more than in any other country, I think, from at least what I've heard from very famous doctors and specialists in virology have spoken out. They were shut down by the media, by mainstream media. They won't let them talk, and they're now talking on alternative media. You won't believe the numbers they get on YouTube. It is unbelievable. And yeah, they are saying this is all pretty much made up, this whole coronavirus thing. These are the top experts in virology, and one of the major guys here in Germany that is pushing this whole Bill Gates talking points, he's actually an animal doctor. So it's quite fascinating to see that the left and the right is also coming together on this here in Germany. It is fascinating. They have now since 3 weeks there are also demonstrations now in Germany, big demonstrations with thousands of people. I would say 2 months ago.
Do they mess with the figures?
Yes, definitely. And and the dark side of it all, you have no clue how many are infected by this virus that are asymptomatic. And with that, when you take that into account, the numbers, the death rate, I don't know how to call it in the proper words in English, but it will go down like crazy. It will not even be as bad as the flu. And remember, I was talking in January and February, I was saying our government does not enough, because I saw what was going on in China and what they have taken for measurements. But now that it comes out more that the Chinese and the WHO are in bed with each other, I can't prove it, but this is the biggest thing probably since World War II, and there must be something more behind it. What exactly is going on, I can't tell you, but my conspiracy theory, if you want to hear it, is this whole thing in China is staged, basically more or less staged. Okay, they needed that and China's perfect for that. It's a dictatorship to stage something like this. They needed that pictures, okay? And this is why they're also showing on there was a report going on CBS was staging a video of COVID-19 patients driving cars into a hospital, but they were actually the staff of the hospitals, and they forced them to do that. They want this to be bigger than it really is, and China is perfect for that. China was perfect for that, and then after just 2 months or something, the numbers stopped increasing in China. So basically, they're saying now China has done everything right? It stopped at 80,000 or something from the next day, right? And now they're saying they're taking the exact right measurements with all the drones and all the stuff they are doing, right? Everyone is looking to China for how to fix it, right? So now I'm thinking this all makes sense now, okay? They want a totalitarian, or at least some people want a totalitarian world government, and China is the experimental laboratory for them. It is perfect.
Exactly. I agree with you for the first time ever, Elron. America has just come out of America, where a news channel of fake their news. They got the staff to dress up and pretend to be COVID people, and it's been proven. Australia news that came out on. So I mean, yeah, there is proof.
Yeah. First, I was thinking, Jupiter. First, I was thinking, why the hell should they make a virus later in that stage when I was rethinking that this virus, if this virus is really this bad, I was thinking, when they want to establish this new world order, right, and to vaccinate the world and have basically a police state, and with all the apps, they want to have apps to control people who's infected, who's not infected. If they want this, why should they make a virus which isn't that dangerous? And I was thinking that the test they are doing, they are testing not only for this COVID-19, but they can also have a false positive for other coronavirus viruses. And so the numbers are definitely big, and they need big numbers, but they also need high death rates. So and most of the time, if you have Ebola or something, you won't have that many infected people, because people will die very, very quick from this, so it won't spread that much. And how did they fix that? They just made up people who died, right? They say they died from COVID-19 just because they are infected. Okay. It doesn't even mean that they have symptoms. They just tested the dead people, and then they said, yeah, they died from COVID-19, so it all makes sense now.
Aaron,
okay, and I think that the real bioweapon is the vaccine that will they will come up with.
Okay, guys, I just want to introduce Angel Moon. I'm going to drop off and let Pavlov back on. There isn't enough room at the moment, but let Angel have a little moment. And,
well, it's all right, Banksy, mate. I'm gonna jump off anyway, because it's getting late here anyway, mate.
Sure.
So
yeah, of course. Yeah, you're a few hours ahead. All right, thank you.
Thank you, and no worries, man. You all have a good night,
dude. Let's do a three-way.
You didn't speak much.
See you, Kettle.
Yeah, Jay, let's set it up with you, me, and Amy.
I have to watch your stream with Ralph. I hadn't watched it.
You're going to have a threesome with Amy.
I was informed.
What?
A three-way stream. It's always good to have a three-way.
Me and Banksy, we will talk soon, because I want to stream with you soon anyway.
Yes,
but we'll talk.
Let's do it.
Anyway, y'all have a good night. I'll probably be lurking about for a bit longer, but I love you all, and I'll speak to you all soon.
Love you, man. Enjoy the roll-up.
Take care.
Have a good one. Where's Pavlov? Oh shit, Pavlov dropped off. I was about to add him. Bollocks. Pavlov, if you're still in the chat, come back and I will add you. I just wanted to make a comment. Shit, he thought I'd kicked him out. Bollocks.
Anyway, good evening, Banksy.
Hello, Angel. What would you like to say?
And good
about...
evening, Jupiter. I know how to clear a room.
So I only got one spot left.
No, Walkettle's lovely. He's lovely, Angel Man. You'd like him.
Guy.
Well, actually, I've listened to him, and I don't agree with much he says. To be honest with you, yeah, he's a lovely guy, obviously, but I don't agree with what he says. To be honest,
politically, yes, there are
yeah.
things. Even I'm at odds with him from time to time, especially over Brexit and stuff. But you gotta love the man. You can't stop loving him. He's just such a lovable character. But anyway,
well, firstly, if I get my little two penny thing here, because like I've been like spitting feathers listening to some of this.
Go.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree. The TikTok nurses are an absolute total disgrace, and a disgrace to the profession, and a disgrace to the actual patients' relatives. I mean, the last straw was when they were doing that, dance, like the coffin dance. Good grief.
I know.
Good grief. What the hell? I mean, like, I've got sisters that are nurses. I was a nurse for, before I had my son, and he's nearly 40, so that's a long time ago. And there's no way that you would even dream of doing that shit. Do you know what I mean? I think, oh no, I'm sorry. I agree with you. It's disgraceful what they're doing.
It's bad.
And all this clapping on a Thursday. And that's another, like, total disgrace to just to your own self. This is like North Korea, clapping our glorious leader. Oh no!
Yeah. I mean, I have seen some.
I'm not into that.
I have seen some of these nurses, and I looked at a few, and I was like, yeah, I'd give you the claps, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah. They probably got it. By the looks of them, when they're like, sort of pole dancing up and down, drip things. They might have the clap. Bloody hell!
I'm sorry.
I've never seen anything like it. No, it's
but what do you think about the stuff Erendor was saying in regards to the reasons behind this virus in the first place and how it was introduced?
Well, I totally think that's what's happening. Yes, there might be a COVID virus, that's a flu virus that's there, that's probably been manufactured in a lab. Yes. But this is all about control. I mean, like I've looked today, I don't know if you watch him, Computing Forever. Do you watch that guy?
Oh yes, Dave Cullen, yeah.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. He did a great video today, and he was talking about how, they're going to introduce letting children back into school. My God, 1984 has got nothing on it. Seriously.
What's wrong?
And it's the same.
What do you mean? What do you mean about letting children back to school? What does that mean?
What's the problem?
Well, when children go back to school, it's all the sort of regime that they have to go through to go back to school. There's no canteen. They've got to take their own water. They can't use a locker. When they go out, even infants, when they go out into the playground, they've got to keep the distance and walk in a straight line round and round. Oh God, it breaks my heart. I mean, why can't people see this? Why can't people see and fucking wake up to see what's going on, like in the world? Come on.
So do you
are you all dumb?
So you don't think that this is actually a serious virus? Or what?
Does anyone know what they told the teachers, how they should inform the kids about this whole virus thing? This would be quite interesting, because I was thinking, I'm always thinking about everything that when I would have control and I would plan something like this. How would I make this thing happen? And I was thinking, the school children were one of the first that they opened again before any other work here in Germany. They allowed the kids to go back to school. And I was thinking, maybe this is because first they don't like it, especially in Germany. You almost have no chance of homeschooling kids normally. And they forbid you that.
But
so
that's
forbid homeschooling.
What?
Do they forbid homeschooling?
Yes.
Is it actually legal?
You can't do that.
That's a disgrace.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I was thinking, since people getting more skeptical of this whole thing. Maybe they now indoctrinate the children again in the schools with this whole virus. I don't know. I can't tell you, but I'm always very suspicious with everything. I don't trust the numbers.
They've been indoctrinating the actual teachers and the police. I mean, I go on about it a lot, but nobody ever seems to want to talk about, common purpose, how that infiltrated. It's the Marxist institution that infiltrated Britain, not just Britain, Ireland, most of the West. Common purpose. People need to look it up, and all the teachings, they're even so blatant that they call the courses the Matrix. Seriously, my sister left nursing after 35 years because she was told she had to go on this course called the Matrix, and obviously she's aware because I'm aware, and we both talk about all this stuff.
I was looking at Google Trends. I always like data, especially when I use memes and look what memes are effective and whatnot. And you wouldn't believe how powerful the rise of the word red pill is and Matrix. If you go on Google Trends, since the COVID-19 thing, it rises higher than even before at the peak time that the Matrix movies were produced. So yeah, it is crazy. So yeah, this is very powerful. A lot of people are using right now again the whole Matrix stuff. New World Order is also quite big on the rise. I think it's important to have that because...
Well, the New World Order is not just a meme, is it? It's an actual thing.
They are saying that. Bill Gates is talking about the New World Order all the time. But if you are saying that...
Again?
It is like... but they only want good things. I mean, you have to imagine that it is the biggest capitalist who are right now promoting socialism, like
corporatists, not capitalists.
Yeah, but they're not. I think
you've got to be careful with words.
It's corporatism. What they really mean is corporatism. Yes, indeed. Not only that, it is them controlling our governments. This is what they really mean.
Exactly.
But you look at what is right now, what the Rockefellers, what the Rothschilds, especially the young one, the one on the boats with the whole green agenda dude, right? He was meeting with Greta Thunberg and these nut jobs. They are all pushing this whole environment, green agenda type of thing, and are now not so much into business. They are not promoting themselves as capitalists anymore. They are now changing. They are now calling themselves philanthropists.
Oh my God! Yes. I mean that pisses me right off with Bill Gates with his philanthropy. Bill Gates. There was a thing, a few years ago saying that he's going to be the first trillionaire on Earth. Now, if he gets to vaccinate, sorry, I'll just shut up after this. But if he gets to vaccinate, this is his philanthropy. It's bullshit. It's not philanthropy at all. It's thinking about, if he gets to vaccinate everybody on this planet, of course he's going to be. I mean, who made him God? Yeah. To tell everybody that we have to have mandatory vaccines.
He's not even a doctor, and everyone is listening to him.
Yeah, but the sheep are actually thinking, listening to the little box in the corner and thinking that this is how it's going to be. It breaks your heart, seriously, for the future.
Stupid enough to go and get the vaccination because I'm sure as hell not doing it.
Yeah,
good on you, Jupiter. Yeah.
If they force me, I would go to death. I would. This is my line. If someone stands in front of my door and try to get me this vaccination,
to the camp. Kill me.
I will go to the full limit on this.
Exactly.
This is my limit, really. I'm ready to die for that, right?
What do you think about this app? you know, this app as well. This is just as bad as the bloody vaccine.
Yeah, I don't
This
want
app.
that. I don't want that either.
It's terrible, you know. This app is just like dobbing on your bloody neighbours and dobbing on, you know. That's what it's about. This is 1984, like in real time. Come on, and Banksy, I want to say to you that you were talking about me the other day saying I was a conspiracy theorist. No, I'm a conspiracy realist.
No, you are a conspiracy theorist. You are so a conspiracy theorist. I'm sorry.
I'm a conspiracy realist.
She loves this stuff.
Realist. Realist.
But what you will see also.
Lots. Let somebody else speak.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
man.
everything is a conspiracy. I mean, we just talked about a whole stream of things. Yes, that's these vaccines are a conspiracy. Oh my goodness, that app is a conspiracy. Oh, children go back to that's a conspiracy. Everything's a conspiracy. Absolutely. We named about 4 things, and we got Base Welshman on, and that'll be a conspiracy.
Big up Base.
Yeah, big up Base Welshman.
Everything's a conspiracy.
Base, are you there? I don't know. I can't.
Who's saying that? Is that Jay or Ned? Ned's saying that.
Ned's saying.
Hi.
At the end of the day, you've got to look at.
No, that's Ned. That's Ned. Sorry, Angel Moon. That's Ned.
I was agreeing with him earlier. I thought he was on my side.
No, until you started talking. No.
Conversations have multiple facets. We agree with disagree.
Maybe it's because you just watch. Yeah, maybe it's because he just watches the black box in the corner all the time.
I'm
maybe
paid. I might be paid.
Well,
a foreign government may be paying me.
This is why I like the sort of diversity in thoughts that we have here, because there are people who agree.
Ned, are you related to Boaty McBoatface?
Who's that?
Boaty McBoatface is somewhat of a left-leaning individual.
Yeah.
I would say he's. I think he's a Brexiter, but he's still very much on the left.
Come on, Banksy.
But the whole thing with clapping and stars pushing this whole thing, right? Yesterday there was a clip of German mainstream media text-funded one of the main stations called ZDF, and we have to pay for that. And there was a commentator saying, all that is anti-government measurements are lunatics. He was calling us lunatics, dangerous people, and all this stuff, right? Stupid, all everything, right? And he was saying, no, the world will never be the same, because it was Madonna saying that. He was mentioning Madonna, no shit, to make his argument, right? An authority argument. He was mentioning Madonna and some other guy who was on this whole One World Together at Home concert and all this stuff. And then a few doctors, right? And I was thinking, Madonna, it is mind-blowing. These are billionaires, millionaires, and if you look at their videos, I mean, especially Madonna, if you look at these videos, she's a proper Satanist, man.
She is, yeah.
If you look at these videos
Satanist?
of her, and he bringing up Madonna here, not normal. What does normal mean? If normal means not going back to this whole transgender kids dancing, I'm okay with that. What does that even mean?
Aaron,
not going back to normal.
Sorry, can I
in
just
that state?
Can I just put? Is Madonna Satanist because she became a was it Kabbalist, or what was her name?
Yeah, she's a Kabbalist.
Kabbalah Jewel.
Yeah. That's all I know about quite enough of mainstream media in the UK, right? Flooding the fucking airwaves with celebrities like Anton Deck and all the other fucking twats, half the football teams. They're saying, everyone stay in, save the NHS, and clap for the NHS at 8 o'clock, and stay in now, support each other. Who the fuck are these cunts telling me this shit?
Well said.
Them got a fucking mortgage like we have. They haven't got fucking businesses going down the hole like we have, right? They haven't got to fucking worry about the water, the electric bill, and the fucking food and everything else. They don't give a fuck. Well, they've got no concept of it, and they're being flooded on mainstream media, and mainstream media interviewing people from the streets. They're interviewing everyone, and everyone on the streets got the same opinion. It's the same gov opinion. Oh yes, gov opinion. Yes, and they haven't got any contradicting views on the news. It's what do you think about the lockdown and what's going to happen next? Oh, I think they're acting a bit soon. I think they should they should take their time. I don't think it's the right time yet. And it's like they've interviewed 3 different people. And they basically come up with the same shit. And it's
maybe we should bring up two words here. The one thing is astroturfing, I think it's called in English, and the other thing is grassroots. And they actually on this 2 or 1.
Brainwashing.
Yeah, it's a social engineering project, and they mentioned that in the big conference, the 201 with I think Bill Gates. And they were saying, we can't. We can't.
And be really cynical, and then look at the Joe Public they interview, and then all the Joe Public will say all the gov things. They will say it day after fucking day after day. You won't get a guy going, "I've had a fucking guts of this." Even if he doesn't say it. I've got a guts full of all this at the moment. I think the government should sort it out. People are losing their jobs. Business is going down the drain. Nothing for you. We won't get any with them on the telly. No, you get fucking anti-deck going, stay together. We all should stick together in this time of crisis. Fuck you.
You hear the same stuff when a terrorist, of course not a right-wing terrorist attack, but any other terrorist attack, then we have to stand together, of course. Don't
forget the tea. Don't forget the tea candles, teacup candles. But no, one thing I want to find out. You know that show, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It. Is that still going?
No, they closed.
Oh, you have that too in England, in the UK.
Of course, it's a franchise. It's all over the world.
Old one, but they were going to film over the summer and they've stopped it.
Okay, so they were going to do one this year for the summer period, but they couldn't
because they can't fly out to the other side of the world.
I think they've pulled on Love Island. I don't think they do Celebrity anymore, is there?
So what the fuck is going to be on telly?
Based. Can I just ask? I mean, what's the alternative? I know what you're saying about businesses and people that stand.
Well, the alternative is Tesco's.
They stand to lose everything.
Amazon, isn't it?
But what's the alternative? Do we actually just keep everything going on as normal and people die?
No, well, but people are dying anyway.
People die every year with the flu.
People are going in for heart attacks, and 2 days later they're getting booked in as a death by COVID. Right? This is definitely inflated. The death rate are being highly inflated, and there's lots of reports of this. Okay, they get extra money for having COVID patients. Just to, it's simple.
Yeah, but right? you see, this is all. Have any of you who don't believe this COVID thing is all that real, have you actually got a close anyone who on the panel who doesn't?
I thought it was even more dangerous than they make it up today at the beginning.
No, hold on.
If you look at the Mr. Maticure streams at the beginning, he was making the points I was making. If you rewatch the Mr. Matic, and he was trending on YouTube doing that streams. By the way, this guy is an alt-right guy, okay? He's from the new right. He's basically an ethno-nationalist and is trending on YouTube several times. Yeah, he was saying the same stuff during the first 2 months than I was saying. And right now he's silent because he's probably changing his mind based on new data that is coming in.
Yeah, okay, guys, I just wanted to...
excuse me, can I just say something, please? Please, let me just ask you something, because it's very important. Can we just talk about Neil Ferguson for a moment?
Sure. Let me just get this out, because I just want to say this before... It's a sort of a rhetorical question, but it is a question that makes people think a little bit. Do any of you who don't believe this corona thing being real have had actual... parents, brothers, sisters, close family actually get this?
I don't know anybody.
I don't know either.
Right, I do know people. I know two people.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
close
mean, are they
friends.
actually, have they got the flu or have they
No,
got
they were
actual
diagnosed for the,
coronavirus?
no, they were
Well,
tested.
coronavirus is a flu anyway.
Yeah, but they were genuinely
Coronavirus
tested.
is
Now
a
they've
flu.
recovered, thank goodness, and they happen to be, well, actually one of them is early 50s, so it was kind of a touch and go. A little bit worried about him, but generally he's recovered. But the people who I know personally in the real world, this is IRL stuff, have recovered, but they were intensely sick. Now this is what I want you to guys to recognize, is that maybe because you haven't been touched by this, it's just like people with cancer. People who've had family members who've got cancer have a very different attitude to cancer than the rest of us, effectively, that have never had to worry about it. I think you got to recognize that when you once this has touched you on a very personal level, then maybe there's a chance
It's real.
You realize, that there is a.
It's real.
Well, I don't think most people are actually saying it's not real. I think what's happening is that they're saying it's actually, the lockdown is going to be more detrimental than the actual virus itself, because lives are being destroyed.
They are saying it
Economies
themselves.
are being destroyed.
I mean, they had a
overreacted, but the
they had a
Imperial College
conference.
London figures were actually saying that 500,000 people would have died if
Yeah,
we did nothing.
wait
That's
for
what
this.
they
Well,
were-
exactly. This is what I want to
The
say.
United Nations. Wait.
Please.
Okay, one at a time,
Well,
guys.
Excuse me,
you
no,
raised it,
I-
Alex, but the Imperial
I
College
did
London,
ask
they can
about,
only be judged
can we talk
not by
about
some
Neil?
Mr. Metaker on the internet. They can only be judged by what by their best scientific advisors. And
Well,
what they
this
were
is
saying,
exactly what
they
I
were
wanted to
actually
talk
saying
about.
was that 500,000 people would die. That was, and that's what they've got. That's what they had to go on.
But this is exactly
Whether
what
you
I
agree
want to
with that or
talk
you
about.
disagree with it,
Ned,
the thing
I
is
don't-
that
well, I
they can
disagree
only
with
act
it.
on
Sorry,
the
guys,
best-
one at a time.
On the best, they can only act on the best
Banksy,
advice
please,
they
I
have.
did
Okay,
ask you.
Ned, thank you for that. And now, Angel Moon, could you please explain the person you're talking about, because I have no idea who this person is, and just give us a little
Right.
intro.
Neil Ferguson has been in the news for the last few days because he was the guy that not only said that they had to destroy 6 million animals with the BSE
Oh yes, the
outbreak,
mad cow disease.
which was bullshit. Yeah, which didn't happen because only quite a few people died of it, like 175 or something, right? And then he also said about the SARS situation that thousands and thousands or millions or whatever going to die of it, and it didn't happen. He's the one that actually said that we had to go on lockdown because of this coronavirus. He's the one also that's in the news this week because he has been having like sex with his married lover and not adhering to the social distancing bullshit, and he's ended up, thank God. I mean, why did people listen to him after
But
the
it's
last?
not, they didn't. Sage has got 50 scientists and experts on
No,
it.
they
50.
did listen to him.
Oh,
Neil,
okay.
they did
Guys,
listen to
one
him.
at a time, one at a time.
You're wrong.
Angel, let me jump in there. You just mentioned, what did you just mention, Ned?
Sage.
Sage.
It was Neil Ferguson. Neil Ferguson.
Hold on. Let Base have his
Sage.
say.
Who's Sage? Who's Sage?
Oh, that was a.
Name me one of them.
I don't know.
One of
Say
them.
that again.
Ned? Sage.
Name me one
Who's
of the
in
people
Sage?
who say-
Who's one of the
Name me
scientists?
the people who are advising the British government to lock down the country. Name me one of these experts by name.
Hold on, let me.
You know
Neil
why you
Ferguson.
can't? You know why you
Neil
can't? name-
Ferguson.
No, in Sage. Actually, in Sage. He's in Sage. Is he?
I don't know what you mean by in Sage, but Neil Ferguson, it's been all over the news. I don't know how you don't know it. It's been all over the news.
Ned just mentioned the word Sage, right? Name me one of the people.
Why should I know the names of the Sage members?
No,
The
let me
Sage.
tell you what- let me
Okay,
tell you-
excuse
let
me.
me tell
Excuse
you-
me.
let me
Excuse
tell
me.
you-
You asked me a question.
let me-
Let me answer the
Hold
question.
on, hold on.
You asked me a question. Let me answer the question. Right. The thing is that why should I know the name of the Sage scientists? It's
No
a
one knows
government-
them.
No,
Excuse me,
guys.
Let me land. Let me land.
Yeah,
Let me
Base,
land.
Base, let him
Let me land. Let me
Base,
land.
Ned gets 1 minute, Base gets 1 minute. Go on, guys.
I don't need one.
Right,
Okay.
it's a government. It's a government advisory body, and there's apparently 50 members on it. It always exists. even outside of it, outside of emergencies like this, and it changes according to whatever is happening at any particular moment in time, and they'll call people in and they'll drop other people out. Sage is a government, it's used by the Cabinet Office, and it's selected by the Cabinet Office.
Brilliant. That's all I want you to do is name me one of the prominent experts in Sage that has shut down my fucking country. Just name me one of them. Because
I've actually got the government's website here for Sage. Anyone interested?
Was one. He's now lost his position because of what Angel Moon was talking about. He didn't follow his advice.
Is he part of Sage?
Okay, guys, I can give you that. I've got the Sage government
Scientific
website.
Advisory Group for Emergencies
Yeah.
provides scientific and technical advice to support government decisions during emergencies. Sage is responsible for ensuring that timely and coordinated scientific advice is made available to decision makers to support cross-government decisions.
Yeah, there's one of the members, the chief member. Hold on. The chief member,
is chaired Sir Patrick, Chief Advisor Sir Patrick Valance, and co-chaired Sir Patrick Valance, and co-chaired by the Chief Medical Officer Chris Whitty.
There you go.
And includes experts from within government and leading specialists from fields of healthcare and in academia.
Yeah,
so where do they get the funding from? Do they say that on the website?
The funding, it's the government. They're literally gov.uk. They're the government.
Put it in the side chat for me.
Okay. I'll put you. I'll give you the first Sage, which is the government's own website, which will then
YouGov.
Yeah, YouGov, and it will give us. Hold on, sorry. Let me put it in the side chat. There you go. There's the government's own website about Sage, who runs it, and whatnots.
There you go.
What you call it? It's all there. It's not like this is not some secret shadowy organization. This is a government's organization.
Yes.
We're a democratic country. We have right to know these things. We just Google it.
It won't light up for some reason.
Banksy, please.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Maybe.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
According to you, maybe we're not.
Back to what Ned was saying, that they acted on based on new data. No, they don't. In Germany, they had pandemic plans since ages. 2012, they had a completely new plan. Together with the NHS, they made this plan. They had, before that, they had this whole big 201 event with Bill Gates. So they all planned how we should react. And you have all this contradictory stuff going on. So the WHO was saying, on the one hand, China was making everything in the right way, and on the other hand, they say let the borders be opened. There's no need to wear masks and all of this, and they know about the data of masks and how closing borders, they have this in their pandemic plan that we should close them, but they have advised the governments of doing the exact opposite. And I'm questioning why. Because they know all of this. They had these plans how to contain a pandemic, right? And I'm asking why. And the only conclusion you can come to is because they want this virus to spread. Because then they can get more funding. For example, if you go to the financial aspect of it, okay, they had this big concert with Together at Home. And if you go to this website of these people, I think it's, what is it, Global Citizens is this organization. They are asking for $350 billion dollar.
So we've destroyed
per
the world
year,
economy because of this little committee, this little cabal. packed
this is
away
not
somewhere.
a small cabal. The United Nations are within this
Do you know what?
group.
Do you know-
All the stars
after-
they have concerts even before COVID-19. They had the whole stars. They had to get together some concert with them, and this is what Bill Gates in his papers was promoting. He was saying
was on the
no
committee,
one
wasn't
will
he?
listen to us if the pharmacy companies will tell people to have this and this and this implanted. We have to have a kind of illusion of a grassroots movement promoted by big social media influencers to promote our message. And this is what they have done. This is how they reach the masses here.
No. Whenever there's an emergency, there is a war book, and what happens is that they go to the war book and they open it up, and they literally, for most it's things that have happened in the past, they learn the lessons from it, and then when they happen again, they refer to a war book. And they try and follow that war book.
They have not followed that
Heartbreaking.
war
It's
book.
heartbreaking to listen to
This was my
sheep. Seriously, it's heartbreaking.
3 years ago, how bad it was going to be if a pandemic happened, and they still had no contingency plan. If they did, they would have been doing it better than what they have.
They had
said,
this plan, but they decided against it. They promoted the exact opposite. This is my point here.
Well, yes, until Donald Trump actually stopped the funding, and then Bill Gates is the biggest one, and Bill Gates then wants to. I mean, are you happy, Ned, with like Bill Gates saying he wants to vaccinate the whole world? Do you think that's a great thing?
I believe that he wants to vaccinate the developing world, people that can't afford.
Are you happy with that? Are you going to take the vaccine?
If it's proved to work, if there's trial, yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So, do you not know that Bill Gates is actually on trial at the moment? He's been sued for like murdering, literally, with his vaccines, like people in India and people in Africa. So, does that not concern you?
Yeah, and he wants insurance from governments to not be sued.
Exactly. Come on, people. Good grief. What's wrong with you?
And by the way, if we go back, the United Nations has 3 days ago, I was watching that thing or parts of it. It was like 5 hours long. I only watched 1.5 hours. But they was telling people that there's a real crisis, a hunger crisis right in front of us because of this measurements of COVID-19. Yeah. I don't say I trust anything they are saying. They can just make that up too. But it is logical with this whole shutdown that something like this will emerge. And they were talking about an additional 300 million people that could starve to death. Okay? This is the scale we are talking about here.
Guys, I'm sorry. I just want to hold Angel Moon. That whole story about Bill Gates being sued by India over deaths of girls resulting from vaccine is a fake. It's not real.
It's not a fake.
No, it's fake. I got it here from Snoops. It's actually from the Snoops website. No, it has been deemed as fake.
Where did you get that from, Banksy?
Snoops is a website that actually looks into these.
Don't go with Snoops for anything.
Snoops actually goes. There are
other
things. There's one from the Independent.
They're two fat fuckers inside in a room.
There's fact check.
You just go to an Indian newspaper. Why don't you go to an Indian newspaper? Yeah. Why don't you just go to an Indian newspaper? Because I'll get it now.
There's literally because I can't read Indian. I can only read English things. I have to read them in English. Fact check. No, India is not suing Bill Gates for wrongful polio vaccine deaths.
Banksy, do you have internet?
This is not true.
Do you have an internet access?
It's called memes and hoaxes.
Right now streaming on YouTube, don't you?
It's called hoaxes. That's what happens. There's lots of hoaxes that come out.
Yeah, but who's
how a translator works?
Banksy,
fake
man, come
shit
on.
That is made up. Look,
Please.
I'm looking at this is another one actually. News 18. It says fact check. No, India is not suing Bill Gates for wrongful polio vaccine deaths. Not everyone on social media is true. Not everything on social media is true. This story on Bill Gates
he vaccinated people with a polio thing and gave them polio.
Oh,
vaccine
And they're actually
is
suing
a
them.
derivative of the disease itself. Usually, though, that's
Exactly.
You can't.
That's how all vaccines work. That's not just
you
one
can't
vaccine.
convince them.
Go and like fact check this one then.
Who are you
There
working
was-
for, Banksy?
I just googled it. I just like took 2
Oh,
minutes.
I feel sorry for you, Ned. I feel sorry for you. Anyway,
like for example,
go and Google
base-
this one.
He said
Go-
name one person from the
Nate,
SAGE
Nate, give him another
organization.
one. Give him another one.
Okay.
All
okay,
right,
let
go
me
and Google this one. The president of, I think it's Tanzania, he actually sent off swabs. Go Google this and see if Snopes says this is wrong as well.
Okay, Google what?
He took swabs from a goat and one from a papaya fruit, a pawpaw fruit, right?
Oh.
And they came back. That they had coronavirus. Like, go and Google that one then. See if
President of Tanzania
Yeah.
proves coronavirus. There you go. President of Tanzania coronavirus. Funnily enough, it is actually something that's been Googled by many people. So it's definitely true because lots of people looked it
So
up.
a papaya
Tanzania
fruit, a papaya
COVID-19
fruit's
lab.
got coronavirus.
Yeah, but hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got here Tanzania COVID-19 lab head suspended as president questions data. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Well, he actually said that he actually took a swab.
This is Al Jazeera,
from
so I'm sure this is a reliable source.
Well, there you go.
I'm not sure. if Al Jazeera-
Just believe the British, the BBC.
No, this
just
is
believe
no,
CNN.
Angel,
Believe Snow.
Angel, this is Al Jazeera.
Come on, man.
This is Al Jazeera, so I'm going with the Al Jazeera one here.
Yeah.
It says COVID-19 lab head suspended as president questions data. Authorities launch probe, but opinions which accuses government of hiding coronavirus information. Defends lab doctor. So basically, the doctors are the officials are defending the doctor. It says Tanzania has suspended the head of its national health laboratory in charge of coronavirus testing, a day after President John Magufuli, what are these names? Anyway, Magufuli questioned the accuracy of the tests. Magufuli has who has consistently downplayed the effects of the virus, said on Saturday. Okay, so they've got a kind of a conspiratorial belief kind of president.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, but
You've got
come
to.
on.
It's like saying Islamophobia and anti-Semitic.
he's already-
the word conspiracy always is there to shut down
The president is
conversation.
100%
Stop saying
true.
it, Banksy.
President John
How can
Magufuli.
you not believe this Tanzania doctor when, why are you believing John Hopkins? Why are you believing Oxford University?
Why are you believing the
because obviously
BBC?
shit just
Why
comes
are
out
you
of these
believing the
institutes.
ITV? Why are you believing Sky News? I mean, what is wrong with you?
No.
What is wrong with you, Ned?
I'm going to carry on.
Fuck's
I'm going to
sake.
carry on reading this to see if there is any actual validity here. Who has consistently downplayed? This is President John Magufuli. Effect of the virus. Said on Sunday he had secretly. He had secretly had animals, fruits, and vehicles oil tested at the laboratory. A papaya, a quail, and a goat had been found to be positive, according to the president.
Yeah, fruit.
Well, let's stop the lockdown.
Well, hold on.
tonight.
He
Let's
cast
stop
doubt
it
on
the basis of that papaya. Right.
But it says he cast doubt on the credibility of the laboratory equipment and the techniques and questioned official data on the pandemic. The president called for an investigation in what he suspected is a dirty game in the laboratory.
Okay.
But
Okay,
did not
I
say
just went on
where the
Snoops.
kits
I just went on
had been
Snoops.
imported from.
I just put on Snoops. Did Bill Clinton go on Epstein Island and has come back false? I'm just going to put on now.
Well done, Jack. Well done.
I'm just going to put on. Did Bill Clinton go on the plane?
Well, that proves the corona.
Yes,
is
but
false.
what's he saying
Bill
is,
Clinton.
Ned, just to put it simple to you, because what he's saying is, Snoop's
it's
two
simple.
fat fuckers sat in their bedroom, like, just you know, saying whatever. That's what he's saying.
Well, actually, if you look at the boss of Snoops, you'll see plenty of photos with him with George Soros. So I'll just leave it like that for a start. And he's been proven wrong on multiple things. So I'm just going to put down.
I love you, base Welshman.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll just put down whether he was on the plane. See what comes up. I bet it comes up as false.
Okay, no. I mean, I'm not taking just Snoops here. I actually I went to News 18 as well. Was another one. Also, let me look at this. I mean, at the moment, I'm all up in this Tanzania president who's had a goat tested for coronavirus.
Blessing Banksy.
Well, look. I'm trying to be equal. I'm trying to give it a fair shot here. If it is true that the president of Tanzania had a car oil change, a papaya and a goat and a quail tested for corona, and they all came back positive, they're not testing things properly in Tanzania, apparently. but could this be because the whole corona thing is a hoax, or could it be that in Tanzania maybe their testing isn't exactly good?
Nobody's saying that it's a hoax. That, you know, there is a virus, but what we're saying is the virus is not. There's no need to like shut down the whole of the West, because the West economy is going to be. You know, listen, let me tell you something. This is why I'm up a height today with all this shit. Is I spent all last night, you know, on the phone with my. I'm gonna fucking end up in tears in a moment, right? With my son, that he's a chef. He's got a new job, a new house, and it's all fucking gone. And he's like in tears, crying to me on the phone all night. And I tell you something, he's like saying, oh, you know, it's over, Mum. What can I do? What can I do? Do you know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. This fucking shit is going to cause more hurt to people than any fucking virus.
Look, Angel,
and
no one's dismissing that. I'll be honest.
No, it's true, and it's not just my son. I'm telling you. Look, I've been a businesswoman most of my life, and I know like how hard it is to run a small business.
I agree with you.
And all these people, you know. All the businesses are to the wall. It's not just the business; it's the homes, it's the cars, it's the whole fucking way of life is gone. Because the government is not going to pay for this shit forever.
Well, this is what we were.
It's not.
What do we do then? What do we do though? I mean, the problem is.
Well, we've opened up the bloody country. We should never shut the country down.
The thing is if the advisors were saying, and it wasn't just one guy, there was about 50 sage advisors, and the general consensus and the consensus around the world was that we had to lock down. Everywhere, all the developed countries.
Neil, did you know?
The thing is that was they could only act on the best judgment. Now it may turn out that it was a mistake.
Neil,
they can only act on the best advice that they have.
Yeah. Neil, let me tell you, this is why I want to go back and everybody's dismissed this fact. You've all dismissed this fact that Neil Ferguson, he actually he did this with a BSc, you know, destroyed 6 million animals, destroyed the farming industry in Britain.
But even more than that, right? If you're saying that it was a necessity to shut down and lock down, then why didn't they lock down?
I'm not saying that. You said
that
they're still allowing people in, aren't they, Jupiter?
Well,
80 flights a day coming in Heathrow, 80 flights instead of 600.
What they could have done was a proper lockdown, which is close the fucking borders, right? Isolate the people where the illnesses were and let the fucking communities carry on. Instead, they made all the communities shutting their doors in their four walls while we had elites and people, celebrities and Romanian fruit pickers flying in and out the fucking
Exactly.
Yes.
So
well said.
It was fucking
the airports down. They should have done that back in February.
So we carry on we do what Sweden did, and 500,000 people die, maybe.
The figures are not like that. That's bullshit.
Airports down. We shut the airports down. Do you think we should shut the airports down, Ned?
I agree with you. Yes,
I think we should have just left it open for freights, and you know what I mean. You know, that sort of level of.
Do me a favour, Banks. I just put in there, and I've spelt it correctly into Snoops. I put down, did Bill Clinton go on the Lolita Express? And it says they can't find it. Correctly, it says,
I'm not saying
your source did not field any results. Your search terms may need to be revised.
I'm not saying Snoops is. I didn't just use Snoops. I used two sources, but. It's still, I still can't, you know, I can't. You find me the article or the Indian thing that you said.
I think they might. I think they might be referring to the Indian government suing them. No, I don't think the Indian government.
But the fact is, the Indian government can't. If he has murdered people, you do realize suing isn't enough. He would be up on criminal charges.
It would be a criminal offence.
It's not suing. Nobody gets sued for murder. you get put up on charges for murder.
Criminal charges.
Banksy, have you not sought to see?
You can rape a girl and you pay the parents a couple of quid, and then they'll say you can rape her again next week. That's what happens, isn't it? These savage countries.
Look,
what happens?
Look, what I'm trying to say is that he wouldn't be sued for it. It would be criminal charges because the negligence of whatever level there is.
Maybe say you pay him off a little bit. You give him a back.
The thing is, based. The only way that he would be sued is that he was not directly involved in actually giving out the vaccines. It would be doctors. It would be through corporations that he would have set up and foundations. And so they would sue the foundation. Yeah, but they would sue the foundation. They couldn't sue Bill Gates as an individual. They would sue the charity foundation that supported whatever polio vaccine program that they had.
I think that's how Snoops get around a lot of things they don't want to answer.
Why was so much funding being given from the West and all these people like Bill Gates and that into China, into this laboratory that was testing? And why were they testing in the first place? To see if this
talking about different things.
This illness can jump from an animal.
What did I tell you? Remember, you brought it up the other day. I said about the Wuhan lab, and you said,
you told me about a Wuhan lab back on the night of Brexit. You know, the official night we Brexited, which was when was it? January. Was it January?
And now,
30th?
and every week,
there were people banned from social media for mentioning that by putting together the dots. Okay, putting together the dots. Now, 4 or 5 months after we made that point, now mainstream media here in Germany is reporting about
Fox News.
It is unbelievable.
But it was talking about it.
They actually had a scientist that worked at that Wuhan lab on Radio 4 tonight at 5 o'clock on PM, and he was saying that he actually worked at that lab, an Englishman, and he was saying that it was perfectly legit, according to him. And what he was actually saying was that they found that a strain of COVID was coming from bats, and they were doing work on. But he said that the standard of security was incredibly high. It was funded by the American government up until very, very recently.
Well, this is
Can I please just finish? And the thing is what they were saying was that he said they were actually playing around with the COVID and trying to see if they could splice it with milder forms of COVID in the hope that they could make some kind of vaccine before COVID-19 actually turned up.
They've been working on it for years to make it worse.
They've been working on COVID for years and years and years.
Well,
to make it worse.
And
to make it worse.
What is also important to understand is that this virus is mutating, okay? Viruses like the coronavirus is mutating. So even if you have a fucking vaccine, over the next months it could be totally useless because the virus is mutating. Okay, so there's not even a need.
This is
for a vaccine.
Just do what the government says. Stay in your house, save the NHS, and nod your head like a simple pleb.
Exactly.
People.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, guys. Hold on.
There's good vaccine for bacteria,
we can all
for
just die in the
example.
streets.
If a bacteria
Or we can all
would
have a massive
mutate,
great
it would
big
die.
pandemic and all die.
Well, one thing I will say,
Tell you
Arundel
what.
is right in regards to the vaccine's mutation capabilities. Not necessarily in months, but certainly even if they develop a vaccine, or even those who've caught it and are immune or technically have the
But the flu
immunity.
jab, it'll be a year out of date.
No.
Date.
Well, yeah, but what
Exactly.
they're saying is that
We'll
within
have
a
to
year
I'll
or
have to have
two,
it every year, eh? You have to have it every year. Go on.
yeah,
Have
within a
another
year
one.
or two,
Have another one
there
next
is a
year.
chance that the COVID will mutate,
Well,
and
they
that those who have
change- they
immunities will
they
no
change
longer
the
have
standard flu every
immunities,
year.
and
They
vaccines
change the
will be
standard
out.
flu every year. They don't have it every 2 years. They have it every year, twisted
Well,
and tweaked.
Yeah, I mean, these are potential. These are not guarantees, by the way. None of this has actually happened. The virus has not mutated yet. These are potential issues with this virus.
What do you mean it's not mutated? This is a mutated virus.
Yeah, no. It hasn't mutated
always
since the Corona 19 version has emerged. It hasn't mutated since then. But what I'm saying is that the potential for its mutation is definitely there, and that within a couple of years or even a year, those who've caught the virus and have recovered and have got antibodies, those antibodies will no longer work against the next mutation, potentially. And also vaccines. Any vaccine developed would be ineffective with the next mutation.
Would be ineffective.
It's worth their while, isn't it, in the pharmaceutical industry? It's worth their while having some virus, creating a virus that never existed, to play around with it, right? So that when it gets released and it keeps mutating, they've got to keep finding a vaccine for it, which keeps them in money because people have to keep buying the vaccine.
Well,
And
people or
look at
governments or
China. I don't know why we're all looking to China for help, because in 2018, the second biggest pharmaceutical company in China actually was giving fake immunizations to its own children, its own
Exactly.
citizens.
Yeah.
It's a massive scandal in China that a lot of people don't even talk about. So I don't know why we trust them. And they're also hacking
Who's
into
saying
Russia.
who's trusting China?
Russia, well, everyone's saying let's look at China.
Well, the
China.
EU wants to get in bed with China, doesn't it? Don't tell me, Ned, you're an EU fan as well.
Oh yeah, Ned. So what do you think the reason is for these BAM people getting unproportionately sort of affected by COVID and getting killed by COVID?
guys,
you know the reasons for that?
Yeah, guys, just before we get too deep into this, I just want to quickly point out that in our chat at the moment, we have a gentleman called Dildo Reactions.
Yeah, I know.
This is too good.
Who could that be? Who could that possibly be?
That's
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, this is the enemies we have to face here. Dildo reaction, yeah. Complete degenerates here.
Yeah, so Ned, so what do you think, what do you think the reasons for that are?
For what? I'm sorry, for what?
Yeah, so if you're a minority, or BAM, this new word, the BAM word now, the BAM word, if you're a BAM member, why are you overly affected by COVID with deaths and being infected anyway? Do you know the reasons for that?
A lot of the band members that died were over 50, and it seems that they are more susceptible to type 2 and type 3 diabetes, and that's one of the morbidity group. A lot of people with that's one of the I can't think of the name of it, but it's one of those groups. If you have diabetes, there's a very high morbidity rate with people with quite a number of people also from the BAME community actually work front line with the public. They do the kinds of jobs. Let's say like.
That is an absolute bullshit.
Oh God!
Come on!
Well, that's what I heard.
I know. My God! He's watching TV too much.
Let me qualify that.
That's what I heard. It's watching too much TV.
How many? Okay, Ned. Okay, Ned. How many of the NHS doctors are not British born?
It's scary.
Sorry, I couldn't hear because somebody was talking.
How many of the NHS doctors are not British born?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know, but most of the people dancing on fucking TikTok are white.
I think it's in the low 30s.
This is the first time I was laughing about a joke from you, Jupiter, I think. This is
God bless Jupiter. I love you, Jupiter.
And immigrants are 28% of the NHS. Okay? So where you get that from, I don't know.
The TV.
Where do I get what?
A quarter of the NHS is run by immigrants, or immigrants work there. They get paid to work there. They don't do it for charity. Okay, just like everyone else. So when you get the NHS saying they're going to stick white people at the front line because BAM people are more affected to get the COVID, I think it's outrageous. And it's unbelievable, and for you to even go down that line as well.
Well, I'm just repeating what I'd heard on Radio 4 this afternoon.
Radio 4. Oh, that'll tell you the truth.
BBC Radio 4. It must be true.
Oh, BBC. It must be true. Yeah.
So 20% of immigrants work in the NHS. Okay?
No, I don't think that was their point based. What they were actually saying was that when they say front line, I think they were talking about like bus drivers, cleaners, a lot of people that work in shops, like supermarkets.
Like working class people.
Yes.
Yeah, so just like normal people then, yeah?
Yes.
So like normal people, yeah. Okay,
yes.
Cool. So they could be any colour.
Yes, they could. What this person said on Radio 4 this afternoon, they might be wrong, and I think you might have a point.
Okay, so let me go for this then. Let me go for my reasons why. One, they don't listen. Okay, because I walk my dog every day. I see groups of foreigners walking around. They're clearly not from the same household, and social distancing is just not being even thought of for them to just carry on as standard, right? And you get multiple generations when you talk about generations living in the same household, and obviously there is a problem there. And also there's a problem with urban living. It seems to be like if you live in a town every day, I see COVID seems to fly about much easier than, for example, you lived in the country. I think that's
just like the flu, yeah.
So why aren't white people dying to the same extent based? You make an interesting point. So
COVID is not racist; it's classist.
Right. You may actually have a really good point, but why is it affecting BAME people to a far higher degree? I think it's double.
Because the BBC tells you it is.
Genetics as well.
What people? Black genetics. People?
It's a black, Asian, ethnic, blah blah blah.
Yeah. I
2 to
can
1,
tell you,
isn't it? 2 to 1.
I look at that in the case of America, and it was also like double or triple, and I think it was even triple. This is because one, they are more obese than the white population and the Asian population. They are also more on the streets. Whites are more isolated. This is what normally we criticize in a crisis. If this virus is as bad as they made it up, it would actually be a benefit for white people. But since I don't believe it is that bad.
That's ridiculous.
But white people are not that family united. Same with the Muslims communities. They are very much into bigger groups. I mean, you see them. Yeah,
live in multiple generations in the same household.
This has an effect, of course, but they won't mention that. They want to push that.
And also, they're not.
It's white people's fault. It is because they are so poor and everything like this. Yes,
coronavirus is racist.
Exactly. This is the whole thing. I was watching the whole "You clap for me now." This outrageous video they put up. That
well, if you want to save the NHS, stop importing 250,000 people in the country a year, That would be pretty damn good.
Close the borders. Stop them coming in on the boats. Stop the the British people actually bringing them in on the boats.
Well, that as well. One thing,
You know, like Nigel Farage showed.
The drips and drops are coming in now.
On my screen. Why do I have to look at 2 Banksies?
Right.
I didn't sign up for this. Why am I looking at...
Double the package.
I'm on about the 200. I'm
two
on
for the
about
price of one.
250,000 arriving every year.
Banksy's gorgeous. Leave him alone.
I'm not talking about the dribs and drabs coming over on boats. I mean,
You're in there,
I
mate.
understand that. They've literally come from a refugee camp in France that is infested with COVID. And they jump on a rubber dinghy. Anyone that wasn't affected already is going to be affected on that 3-hour journey.
It's a total piss take. It's a piss take on the nation of the people that are actually locked down.
And in the customs control, haven't got proper PPE, right? And they're coming into the country. We don't even know if they're being.
Tell me how to say.
I don't think anyone. I think you guys will find it very hard to have anyone disagree on the whole lockdown and then people coming in, being a problem. I think everybody knows this ridiculousness of having Heathrow and all the airports still open and tens of thousands of people still coming in is just nonsensical. It doesn't make sense even on any level. It's just stupid.
There's no common sense anymore, Banksy.
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah,
I mean, Banksy. Can I just have my 2 pennies again? Like, going into supermarkets. They say like you can't go and visit your old gran, but you can go and get produce from a shop that has got.
Yeah, but
like
you can't. Not,
no,
let
me finish though, Banksy. Let me land, as they say,
sorry.
in Speaker's Corner land. Right.
God.
You go into a supermarket, right? You touch the trolleys that other people have touched. You go around, you touch the produce that other people have touched, thinking like, "Oh, well, I have this now. I'll put it back." You've touched the produce that the packers that have put them on the shelves. The packer.
Sure.
Loads of people have touched all that shit.
Yeah.
And then you take it back to your old gran that's been in the house for God knows how long, which needs interaction because, when you're old, you need interaction. You need sunshine. You need, to go on walks and stuff like that. They're trying to kill these people off. I'm telling you, this is killing people off. It's not good for people to be, isolated like this anymore. There's no common sense in any of this because, there's no common sense. Like, shutting down the economy. If you can leave shops open and supermarkets open, there's no common sense in shutting down all the other shops. There's none.
Have they shut aisle 1, 3, 5, and 7 of Tesco's, or they've kept them there?
I don't.
It's bullshit. Why are people not seeing this?
Not my
I don't
Tesco's.
understand.
My Tesco's, they've got queue Nazis, and they've also got lane Nazis now. They're all standing, telling you got to go down this lane, but you can only go down this lane. You can't come up this lane. So if I have to go and get some eggs,
it still doesn't prevent you from being 6 foot from anyone. It still doesn't prevent someone from coughing 3 minutes before you got in that aisle, where there's supposed to be these germs are floating about now.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absolute no common sense.
Anything. So if you can open up you should be allowed to open up a corner shop.
One thing I want to say about the coronavirus that Arundel said that only BAME people are getting affected more. The coronavirus is from China, and we know Chinese are deeply racist, so it clearly is a racist disease. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It's just.
But wait there, you're racist for saying it comes from China.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
that's exactly that.
That's how it is, isn't it?
I mean,
you are
this is what
the
WHO has told us, and it would be racist to close the borders. This is what they have done until late February. I have screenshots from that shit.
China,
this is what I mean. They are contradicting
internal
themselves.
flights out of. They banned internal flights out of Wuhan, but allowed international flights to leave Wuhan. Just let that sit on you a little bit.
Yeah,
okay?
Exactly. Yeah.
There's
no common sense to any of it.
There is common sense. What they decided to do, the CCP, they thought, fuck, we're in the shit here. But what we can do, we can play this. We can infect the world, and we've got to stop all the internal flights out.
They
and
get
then we'll
more
infect the
power.
world.
They won't get more power if you have another swine flu or something, which turns out to be a nothing burger. They need some big crisis to gain more power,
Well-
and they gained more power. They have now more money coming into their pockets. They have now they are pushing this whole narrative. No nation can solve this problem alone. More power to the NGOs, more power to the United Nations, and everything. It is perfect for them. It is brilliant, and how they have done that.
But if you look at the flights, of Wuhan and what they did, that's exactly what they did. They did it for weeks. They were flying out infected people all the way through Europe and the world, especially Italy. Italy got fucking hammered because they make all designer products in Italy, don't they, by Chinese people. They fly
Well,
the Chinese
Enron, based Welshman, can I just say this, Enron? This is why I go back to like saying it's about the BRICS. It's a power play. That there's a big power play that's going on behind the scenes of
South
this
America and all
shit
that.
that's going
How
on.
about this? Shit happens. Just shit happens.
shit
And
happens.
there's wet markets in China.
bend over, Ned.
and
Bend over, Ned.
Shit'll happen when you get back to the new normal.
Bend over, mate.
And
Bend
you had
over,
Hold
Ned.
on, guys. Let Ned finish, please.
and they were slow off the mark, and they got caught out.
Yeah. Well,
Shit
Ned,
happens.
you see, the
Bend
thing
over.
is, in the conspiracy world, there are no shit and there are no.
Stop
happenings.
saying conspiracy world. It's like saying Islamophobia. Stop saying it.
It's not
Yeah,
really.
but-
It's
but-
because it's true. Because there is a conspiracy.
Well, is Islamophobia true?
In the
Is
world,
that- is
okay.
Every conspiracy.
I did hear that Wuhan lab was very secure earlier on in the conversation.
No. What I
But
will
what
say.
what I heard about that Wuhan lab, it wasn't very fucking secure at all. It was
Yeah.
a fucking haphazard place that was on the edge of all
And
sorts
also
of releases
Canadians,
before.
and what based Welshman said to me literally in January. This is why it's like such a what do you call it? Like I was branded with this in my skull. He literally said there were Canadians. This was a lab in Wuhan, and that this thing got out of a lab. This wasn't a wet market thing. And to be honest with you, it was a kind of a. I was a little bit inebriated. Well, I wasn't really that inebriated, but generally it was late at night. We had our beers, we had some food, and I kind of dismissed it as like, yeah, probably not. I don't know. And I never really thought much about it. And then, bam, Fox News comes out. There's a lab just outside Wuhan, blah, 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 blah. It's like, holy shit. Base's finger was jammed firmly up the rectum of society, and he was just getting the pulse of the nation immediately.
But you can tell. It's not hard to tell when all videos are being pulled off YouTube in minutes, right? And there's everything getting pushed onto BitTube. When you're getting this information on BitTube for a change, because it's being taken off YouTube.
Oh,
but the
yeah,
reality was.
Well, no, I mean,
based Welshman, I want to make a quick point here. YouTube is really losing traffic here, and the alternative media, especially Telegram, it's unbelievable. A friend of mine, he's a libertarian. I work together with from time to time. He has had an incredible doubling of his reach during the COVID-19, especially the last 2 months. He had 2 months ago, he had like 50,000 followers on Telegram, and he's now 2 months later at 111,000 on Telegram.
Wow.
During that crisis.
That's
It
interesting.
is
That's
unbelievable.
a solid
Is he a
platform in the
Tanzanian
sense.
doctor? Does he work at a Tanzanian? I mean,
As a Tanzanian lab doctor,
Oh, God.
does he do tests in Tanzania by any chance?
It's frightening.
He's
I'm
the
sorry.
former mainstream.
That was
He's
so
the former mainstream media journalist
Oh wow!
who has quit working for mainstream media in 2008.
Yeah, one thing I will
And-
say, and I agree with Erendor, is that YouTube is basically getting rid of independent content creators, and they're appealing to basically old media now. They want to be old media. They want to just they want YouTube to be dominated by
I mean,
GMT.
the algorithm is crazy.
Yeah.
The
Or
YouTube algorithm, I know
non-political
Google,
stuff,
but
yeah.
Yeah,
Or
they want
non-political stuff.
well, when it comes to political, they want CNN and CNBC to be the only news source on YouTube. You know what I mean? They don't want
So
anyone else.
if I put Tommy Robinson in, right, obviously it'll just be the Guardian, the Times, etc., etc., etc. Now, if I put Tommy Robinson live stream on, I'll get the same thing come up. Right, but if I just put Leeds live stream, I get Tommy Robinson's live stream. You know, the one he got arrested for.
Wow.
Has Tommy ever spoke about this whole virus
I
thing?
can search through 6-8 pages, but in Tommy Robinson Leeds live stream arrest, and I won't get any of it up. None of it. But if I just put Leeds live stream, that's it. Tommy Robinson live stream first choice. You can do it now.
Based Welshman, I'm interested in that. Has Tommy ever made a video and give his take on this whole virus thing?
I don't think so. I don't really watch much.
I don't know. He was on a live stream with Hatoun on DCCI the other night, and it was mostly Islam because he was with David.
From 17 something apologists.
David Wood.
David Wood. Yeah. He's not.
This Islam thing's a conspiracy theory anyway.
One thing I will say about the way of Google and
Banksy.
okay, I tell you what.
Go for it, Welshman. Go on.
I don't even move it on, Banksy. I just want you to acknowledge it, right? This Islam thing is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
what I will say to you guys is, if you don't want to use the term conspiracy, maybe that triggers. How about super skeptics? You are super skeptical of everything.
If you're not, you're pretty
Islam's
stupid,
a religion of peace, don't you know? Islam's a religion of peace, and anyone say anything critical, especially up north in Scotland, you're going to go to jail.
Banksy, you're very uber speculative to ethno-nationalist and basically
skeptical.
Yeah, skeptical. Not only speculating, but also make up what you predict our real intentions are and all this stuff. So we could say,
I am a conspiracy when it comes to ethno-nationalism. Yes.
It's called cognitive dissidence.
Super
and this is what I mean. We ethno-nationalists, we are not only discussing the whole thing with demographic and all this stuff. Mark has done a tremendously good video on this whole COVID-19 thing and gave his take on this whole thing. Right? For example, Red Eyes TV was doing several videos, interviewing a lot of guys on this to have different takes on this. So
they took them off though. They took Red Eyes off YouTube, didn't they?
Yeah, they're now on D-Live and Telegram and BitChute. Yeah, but live streaming mostly on D-Live.
Yeah. I might look into VK. That might be something I might.
I'm on VK.
You're going to put your trust in that Russian network,
Telegram,
really?
Sorry, not what?
You're going to put your trust in that Russian.
Well, as long as they don't ask me for my mobile phone's contact list, then I might consider it.
They do.
Well, no, because they have a website as well. They don't have just a mobile app. The KV can actually be accessed through a website like Facebook rather than purely on an app, whilst Telegram is purely off a mobile app, which insists that you have to allow it access to your contacts, and I'm not letting a Russian fucking application do that unless I put it on a phone which has nothing on it, which is probably something I might do. I might consider just getting one of my old phones. I might just stick it on there, and I'll just.
You can also use the desktop for.
I'd be very interested to see Colette's reasons for the coronavirus. It would be that I sort of think I know where he'd go with that actually.
Well, Colette's I think he posts all of his videos also on BitChute, so you may find his coronavirus video on BitChute.
I bet there's one particular group of people that he blames because he seems to blame everybody.
Well, let's be honest, he would be on the money if he blamed the foreigner on this one. I think you can't deny that one. I gotta give him that. Yes, it was the foreigner who brought this shit over.
What he did is other than most of Red Eyes TV's videos, who's more speculating on what is going on. He was concentrating on this as well, but also from a pro-white perspective and anti-white perspective. I give you that, but he wasn't mentioning the one tribe that you were thinking about. No,
I was just
he
thinking
hasn't
the
done
foreigner,
that.
not the particular tribe. One thing I will want to say before, guys, because I have to wrap up. I'm running towards the 3-hour mark here. Do not.
He's running out of vodka, I think.
Yeah, I am also running out of Havana Club. No, I'm not. There's plenty of Havana Club. I could get sloshed on this fucking microphone. I would collapse underneath my fucking desk. But one thing I will say, as a point of cautionary, if you like, tale, don't Google dildo reactions. It's not what you think. You're not going to get what I was expecting, which was hopefully Dildo Reactions' actual YouTube channel. It got me a whole other bunch of shit that I may have to now clear my history with.
Oh, God.
But you know, one last thing here to this whole concert. Lady Gaga was one of the headliners of this concert, Together at Home. It tells you all something. It comes from global citizens, right? It's all in the name, what their agenda is. Global citizen, together at home, and all this shit, right? And you know what song she decided to perform on that day? It was the soundtrack of the Joker movie. The song Smile. This is just like clap for me now. I mean, okay, this is pure speculation, but I see it as a pattern. I see some patterns here. Okay, they are telling us to clap. Yeah, you can talk about, for example, whites becoming a minority. If you celebrate it, it is totally fine. You will get praised in the media for it. But if you say it will happen and you are critical, then you're a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly.
You basically should clap for us becoming a minority. And I see the same thing with them taking away our rights. We have to clap for these people.
Clap for your destruction.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Or as Lady Gaga put it, just smile, okay? Just smile. This is the clown world we are living in here.
I don't know. It's hard to pass through so much. There is a lot. You see, you got to recognize, you yourselves into all this conspiracy stuff must recognize you do have to churn through a lot of data. And how do you discern?
Are you into the Islamophobia stuff, Banksy?
How do you mean?
You're always using that word. No, but you're always using that word. Like,
what, conspiracy?
Let's face it. No, but that word was invented by the CIA.
Conspiracy.
Because yes, it was. It was invented by
it's an English word.
It was used.
People getting together.
Excuse me. All right. Wait a minute. It was used as a detrimental tool after JFK was assassinated. So that people wouldn't talk about it.
Theory, the term conspiracy theory, not conspiracy. Conspiracies exist.
Of course,
conspire to do things, to cause certain things to happen.
Yes, but I mean, it's just used as a tool, exactly like they use the tool Islamophobia or
racist
or anti-Semite, which is another one. That is used so that you can't talk about things. That you can't talk about, if you want to talk about what happened, that the 6 million wasn't real.
So if someone calls you a racist because you hate black people, should they not actually use that term anymore because it's just a triggering word? But how would they express that you actually hate black people?
They would call you that if I told you that blacks are killing whites in the UK at a rate of 93.6 times more.
No.
93.6, they will call you a black hater, a racist towards blacks.
Let me explain.
Even though they are killing us, okay?
No. Let me explain. Words are a descriptor of a certain thing. So if I say if I can't, it's really difficult for me to, if I'm going to use myself as an example. I don't want to use anyone else. Myself as an example. If I hate black people, if I hate Indian people, and if I hate Pakistani people. Now, it's a quick descriptor to say you are a racist because you hate those races. rather than saying you are a hater of black people, Indian people, Pakistani people. So every time I have to refer
But
to
look
you,
how they've abused that word.
yeah,
Look how
but
they've
what I'm saying
abused.
is, if I do hate a particular race or a number of races, the word racist is just a quick descriptor. Like, for example, nowadays, there's another descriptor that's come out that some people are pissed about. It's called the Karen. I don't know if you guys have come across the Karen.
Yes,
it's a meme.
yeah.
Now, there are a bunch of
Yeah.
women, funnily enough, Karens, on YouTube, on Twitter, who hate that term because it's a quick descriptor of a type of personality that this individual has.
Yeah.
So now they're saying that the term Karen is now, misogynistic or whatever towards, even though
Brilliant.
women also use it. It was actually women that invented it for other women.
So
But nevertheless,
gammon's not then, is it? What's gammon then?
sorry,
What's gammon then?
gammon again, another term again to as a descriptor, and it's a derogatory
So, but
descriptor. But that's a derogatory term.
Yeah, but gammon's not racist, according to
No, it
everyone from the
is.
left.
No, well, that's bullshit.
Oh.
They're idiots if they think it's not. Of course it is. Gammon is like calling someone redneck or I don't know,
But
cracker or
Karen
some
is.
shit. It's, of course they're
But
racist.
Karen is.
People who think that calling white people derogatory terms is not racist are idiots. Racism is in every creed and race and culture out there. Black people, brown people, creamy beige Iranians, everybody is fucking racist.
Banksy, do you know who actually said, or anyone, does anyone know who actually said the term religion of peace?
Who used
First
the term?
person. Yeah.
Bush. President Bush.
Correct.
Oh,
Correct.
yeah. There you go. He coined that shit for the rest of us. But
He coined the term New World Order as well, didn't he? Put it into the consciousness.
Maybe. I mean, I think I heard New World Order or NWA before Bush.
But
heard
but as a president, he actually put it into
he
the
put it in
consciousness
the-
of
Bush
people.
Senior and
Trump.
Listen,
Used
Banksy,
the word
words are
kofifi.
words.
That was the word he coined. Kofifi.
Kofefi, yes, Kofefi. There's another word
Listen,
which
I'm
is
terribly sorry, but you
Big up,
can't let
Trump.
this pass. Dildo Reaction
Big
has
up, Trump.
made a wonderful comment, and it's Mark Collette's peachy bum, and I don't know why. But I'm sorry, but that cannot pass. That is poetry.
See, words are spells.
He's a funny guy.
By the way, guys,
People really.
No, but
Can I
guys,
just say this before you go?
please.
If you're going to say you're going to go, people really need to realize words are spells. You know look at the etymology of words. Sometimes, when you speak them, it's not actually what the meaning that we use them for now. So the etymology of words are actual spells, and that's why they call it spellings. And you can. Yes, it's because you're casting spells. Because what it is like when I am trying to like have a discourse with you, I'm using magic words. I'm using words as magic for you to have the apparition in your head of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. So words are mightier than the sword.
And
I know they
that's
say
why-
the pen's mightier than the sword. But it's because of the words that they use. Words are magic.
I tell you
And
what,
so you've got to understand that. And everybody should look into etymology and word magic. And that's
you're right in the sense that even in the Bible it describes the creation of the universe by the word. There was the word. God said, "Let there be life,"
And it was good.
and that this was good. Yeah, the word was what created everything. So maybe you
In the
have some-
beginning, it was the word.
Exactly. So maybe you're right, Angel. Maybe there are spells, but I will tell you this: never bring a pen to a knife fight or a sword fight. You're not gonna make it out. But Jupiter, go ahead.
No, you're laughing at Angel Min to a certain extent, but actually she's quite correct. And this is knowledge that ancients knew, and it all ties into phonetics. It's the actual sounds. It's not actually words. It's the actual phonetics.
I don't think we were laughing.
No, I wasn't.
No, we weren't laughing.
I was saying it was semi-serious.
What it is, voices.
Put them in a certain
Voices
order,
are just
which is
waves.
frequency,
Hold on. Waves.
and that's what all the clapping is about. Every Thursday at a certain time, they have to build a frequency.
Routine,
It's what
rituals.
spiritualism is all about. It's why churches have spires. It's why they echo when you sing. It's all the same shit.
Routines and rituals.
Yes.
No,
Repeating
it's
is very
spelled.
important.
It's spelled. It's exactly the same as like when you go. It's like the court system. How do you know that you have to go to court? Because you get a summons. You get a summons to go there to appear. You get a summons to appear.
Yeah,
no,
but
you can
that's
laugh
the
all
word-
you
yeah,
want,
but the
but I
word
tell you,
summon
this is the
is-
magic that you've no idea about.
No, but the thing
And
is
a
that-
lot of people,
Would you
they
say-
use that on us.
No, but
they
Angel,
use that on
Angel,
us.
think of
Yeah.
this. Could it be that the words were co-opted or adopted by what would be considered witches and witchcraft sort of popular sort of conceptual of these things, or was it?
It doesn't
that
matter about witches and witchcraft.
No,
I
but
mean,
what-
that you
what I'm
going
saying
into
is-
fantasy land
No, but
there.
what I'm
You
saying
go-
is,
no,
what I'm saying is,
Banksy,
could
you
it
dismiss
be?
that as well? Do you dismiss?
You're dismissing it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not. Well, I am. Of course, I'm dismissing it because I don't believe that.
No, you're
there is
dismissing
magic.
it like fantasy land.
But what I'm-
But can I just
no.
say, but, Jupiter, I hope you can say it if you want, but just look at the words. You are summoned to appear.
I know, but what I'm saying is, did the
Right,
word
so-
come first or did the magic come first? Was it because
Well,
the
they are
magic
making
had
magic on
co-opted the
us.
word, or was it the
Jupiter,
word that
help me
was
out
taken
here.
in by the
Well,
magic?
magic comes from Zoroastrian, and Banksy should know about this being from and he knows that well, that's where the word comes from, and it comes from that religion and what that religion believes in, and he knows that.
Don't
He
forget
knows
we're police. Don't forget we're policed by consent, and if we don't consent, they'll perform violence on us.
That's true. That I don't see any magic in that. That's just truncheons and boots. Handcuffs,
please-
possibly.
Jupiter, you need to do a show on it. You need to do a show on it because, like,
Banksy, we're
they
policed
have
by
no
consent.
idea
There you go.
how much power it holds.
What I will
Yeah.
say is, if Jupiter holds a panel and Angel Moon, you two have a good hour or so, hash this out, I will be more than happy. I'll be all ears and I will watch that show in order to get a deeper understanding. Because I'll be honest, I'm an atheist. I don't even believe in the creation of the universe by a god. So magic is
No,
really far away.
You don't have to. It doesn't matter what you believe. It's what they believe, and then what they make you believe.
Yeah,
that's what the magic is. It's not witchcraft.
I believe it, and some of it is actually scientifically backed up. On my channel this week, I released a video that shows you what they're doing with laser frequencies now, and how they've now found a level of, and it's all scientific, of a laser frequency that you have to have two sets of frequencies that go at a certain level, certain hertz, and what it does is it can explode cancerous cells there potentially, but they have made it explode normal cells. They're now going to go and take a further look. It could eventually lead to cancer, killing cancer just by frequency. So we're all sitting here laughing, but actually a lot of this stuff that the ancients went on about has been brought forward into the modern world.
So you're
That's
saying
why I
sound
do.
frequencies?
You can make an this is not about words so much, but if you take the simple example of listening to music, different kind of music, it will make you feel differently. If you
The hertz, because they changed it, didn't they? They changed the hertz. Because like when the Beatles were out, the hertz were totally different to what it is in the frequency now. People, frequency is a massive thing that affects our bodies. I tell you, that's why. Why do you think that? Like, tonight,
it's tied up with a heartbeat.
yes,
Well,
tonight there's a supermoon. There's a supermoon in the sky, and a lot of people will be fucking kicking off tonight. I'm telling you, because it's the flower supermoon, and that's why they call it lunatics.
Well,
isn't it?
I want to say this as
the
well.
red one.
You played a video earlier on, Banksy, with the man outside calling the call to prayer, right?
Yeah.
That's all frequency. It's all frequency. And I'm going to be honest with you. Whenever I hear that shit, the fucking hairs on the back of my neck go up, right?
Yeah, it makes you sick.
Absolutely makes me feel ill. And the sounds of belch timing don't.
Well, the
And
thing
it's
is,
all to do with frequency. It's all to do with what they're singing.
well,
It's all to do
for
with
me, when it comes to the Azan, I have a historical issue with that. It's like, as I said, it's like a Vietnam vet watching a loud sound go off. For me, I have trauma, if you will, towards that particular thing. But that's because of my personal thing. I don't know if anyone else would have similar experiences. I don't expect everyone else to have a bad reaction to that.
I feel the same with the bells, actually, because like I can remember once I was doing an A-level in history, and this guy said to me, you know, there's a tutor. He was telling me how you know, and there's pictures of it, like, you know, I was named after it. I was born at 12 o'clock, and that's why they call me Angela, because the angels' bells. But what happened was when the pagans, like, you know, when the Christians took over from the pagans, this is where the church bells, you know, every fucking old town and everything has got a church bell, and when the church bell rang, they had to stop and say a certain prayer. And this is total indoctrination, and just as much as what's happening in these mosques. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Pavlov's dog.
Yeah,
you know, this is how the treat
it was
is.
actually it was the monks. It was the monks at because monks would be praying all through the day and all through the night. They'd pray at like 3 o'clock in the morning and at sort of 5:30 in the morning, and then around at 9 o'clock, and they would be praying at different points all day long. And so the bells marked the next the call. It was like almost like a call to prayer. At midnight,
it is a call to prayer, and they used to make the peasants in the fields actually stop. There's beautiful photographs of it.
I don't think it was the peasants. It was for monks. It was for holy men.
No, excuse me. There's famous paintings of peasants having to stop to pray. For the bells, the church bells, and this is an indoctrination, like Pavlov's dog. You know, that you had to change from paganism into Christianity. It's just the same thing as what this bullshit, like, you know, call to prayer thing. All it is indoctrinating the brain. That's what's happening. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. People need to like wake up and, like, you know, find out their own spirituality. Find out that, you know, that they won the egg and spoon race. They came here and they're blessed to be here. And you don't have to, like, you know, adhere to like man-made gods. It's terrible. You know, the bloody Abrahamic. Can I just say this and I'll shut up? The Abrahamic religion should have stayed in the fucking Middle East and never come anywhere near the West. That's what I'm going to say, and I'll shut up now.
Banksy,
yes.
You go. What did you think of the video that I Hate It Here did with the reaction of Unwashed?
Oh, yes. Oh, suddenly the groping isn't so much fun anymore, is it?
I hate it.
Tasting his own medicine, he's crying like a fucking baby.
Oh, he didn't like that, no.
Oh, he did not like that. Look, don't get me wrong. Personally, I think it's an underhanded shit of going to someone's, you know, father's Facebook and then pulling out some fucked up images and fucking with them like that. But they encouraged this shit. They were the ones who wanted to grope other people. Tonight they were going to go over to I forgot who it was now, Trigonometry or some other site, and start 14ing it and doing this and doing that. Well, if you guys want to have mob culture and want to force conversations or do fuckeries in other people's channels, well, other people are going to come for you. That you gotta expect that. You think what? You think your father's Facebook is safe? You think your mum's Facebook is safe? No, they're gonna come for you, and they're gonna come for you hard. So if you wanted to stay on your own platforms, build up your own groups and have your own conversations, nobody would care. But you're now going and trolling other people, but complaining when you're trolled back. Don't be a bitch about it. Hold your head up high, take it like a fucking champ, and say, yeah, right, I invited this, and this is what I'm going to get. And that's it.
That's what's called the law of three. That's the law of three. That's magic again. Everything's magic. I'm telling you.
I love you, Angel.
Just skip that video. Are these old photos, right? From
God knows. Yeah, there were some photos of him dressed up as a woman.
So who gives a fuck?
They're not even like that bad. It's not like they caught him with his pants down or some shit. It's just like him dressed up as a girl. Okay, it's a little bit embarrassing, but especially if
it was probably during a carnival or some bullshit like this. And he wasn't even denying that he was a party guy, that he was a DJ, was basically degenerate. before. He wasn't denying that, so I don't see that.
But no,
as
he
a
was
big
pissed that
revelation.
they went to his father's Facebook and dug this shit out, and he's like, he thinks that there should be laws and some kind of boundaries. No, there isn't. This is the jungle. You fucking come to the jungle,
I agree.
you're gonna expect to get fucking bit. So don't come. This is the problem. He thought these guys, they think that they are the only ones that can troll. They're the only ones that can do this kind of fuckery and go and find out your ID and dox you and do this and do that. No, others can do it too, and believe it or not, some people can do it far better than you, and they'll be on the phone with your dad when you come home for tea at night. That's what they'll do. These guys haven't even fucking started to realize what level of trolling. There are trolls out there. I don't want to mention that I was part of any groups or anything, but I have people that I know of have spoken to other people's mothers while they came home from work. And the dude who's being trolled, he's got his mum talking to some guy on the internet going, John, who is this chap who's just called me telling me about all the crap you've been doing on the internet?
Well, I would say there's
How sad is that? It's terrible behavior.
Yeah,
but the fact is,
bigger internet troll force in the whole internet than 4chan, okay? And 4chan is on our side, basically.
4chan is not on your side.
I don't
4chan
see that.
is on the side
I
of
mean,
trolling.
Unwashed should just... I haven't seen his reaction,
So what
but
do you
if he
think on
flips
millennial
out,
words, Elron?
he
What
shouldn't
about
flip
that?
out on about
And the
that.
dick pics. What do you think on that one?
On what?
On the dick pics. On millennial woes. What do you think on that one?
Yeah, I don't know if it's true.
No, it's definitely true.
I heard the dick pics are not true. This is what someone from internal circle has told me. But yeah, if something like this happens, Millennial Woes has to face the consequences, because we have ideals, and if we are not facing up to that ideals, then
that's not the...
we can forgive what happens in the past, okay, before you were red pilled or something, but you can't be a spokesperson and doing shitty things, okay? Then you have to face the consequences.
Well,
we have to be true to our message here.
The problem
okay?
is that, as far as I know, it's not dick pics that's the problem. There's some issues. Now, these are alleged and rumors. I can't say I got any confirmation, but from what I understand, is apparently something to do with a 13-year-old girl. And
what?
Millennial
be careful,
woes.
be careful.
That's
be
what I
careful.
mean. That's what I mean.
I think it's sad. I think it's very sad, like all this bullshit.
But what
I
I
think
can
it's
say,
terrible.
what I can say is, immediately because of these allegations, PA has. Mark Collette himself said it on his stream. They will no longer invite Millennial Woes to any events of PA. They will not have him as a speaker in any events of PA, and they have basically cut him off.
Oh God!
Yeah, it was on his stream. He literally said it on his stream.
Banksy, be very, very careful about that. And really,
oh no, I'm not saying he did. But what I'm saying is, PA have immediately disavowed Millennial Woes. Whether these rumors are true or not is irrelevant. They have completely cut ties with him now.
It's such a bad behavior. I think all this, you know what I mean, like breaking up people's past. It's
this
terrible.
shit's gonna come out. This shit's gonna come out. There's plenty of. I've seen videos of Colette in rooms where accusations were banded. Although I couldn't really see the girls, but apparently these girls were 14, 15 years old or something. I don't know. I couldn't really see the girls. The voices are very, very prepubescent, but that's women have higher pitches anyway. So I mean, but these rumors are gonna gather. You know what I mean? These are the things.
If it's rumors, you have to stand with Millennial Woes.
Yeah, I don't want to feed into any of that.
Yeah, no,
I can't tell you what
right
is
away
true
from that.
and what is
I
not.
disavow anything that's been said here. But you really shouldn't be talking about this stuff,
Yeah,
honestly.
we shouldn't.
But what I'm saying is that whether we
when
talk
you
about
can't
it or
prove
not,
that
this is gonna
accusations,
surface.
you shouldn't make that. But if this would be true, I would, even though I like Millennial Woes for the stuff he has done. I wouldn't associate with him anymore if these rumors were true. Unless this is proven, I would stand with him. I can understand Mark's decision, and he has more insights in what is going on. And he was telling me that a lot of stuff that is made up from the rumors are not true. Which what is true, I can't tell you. He wasn't telling me that.
Arundel, let me just correct. Apparently, the age was 19. So I just want to immediately correct that because that's what the text is saying
about this woman in. This is where this whole thing started, right?
Possibly.
I think if I remember correctly, she was 18 when they first texted to each other and stuff like this.
Listen. The thing is could I please advise you? Really don't go there, please.
Yeah, these are rumors.
I don't think we should go there.
These are all just rumors. Yeah,
and unless you know total facts, it's bang out of order because it's like, like people that cry rape and stuff like that, and it's not good. It's not a good look.
What I'm saying is there's a reaction. There's been a reaction to all of this by PA, where they've basically severed ties with millennial woes, even if these are complete false, unless they've been proven to be 100% false, which is which kind of makes it seem as if there may be some validity to it. Is the fact that PA have totally cut ties with him. They've just severed him totally, and if that is the case, then there may be a reason for it. There may be that these are more valid than we suspect. But I don't know.
I know that I'm usually the skeptic on everything, Banksy, but the thing is that doesn't prove the case at all. I mean, the thing is, very often, if there is any kind of allegation made about someone, then that person, the person that's been accused, will whether they until the case is proven either one way or the other, they will step away.
I don't even think this is going to be criminal because, by the way, Millennial Woes himself is stepping away from YouTube as well. He posted on his one of his YouTube posts that he's going to take some time out to take care of himself and issues and all that stuff. I'm just saying that there's like an ever increasing numbers of hints or clues or evidence
that he was doing a lot of times during his career, taking time for himself. This is what he was always honest about, that he has personal problems and has to deal with depression from time to time. Okay, this is what he always was honest about, and the community was forgiving him that he wasn't a superhuman, that everything was that he was doing sports all day long and have a proper family and all this stuff, because he was honest with that. Okay, this is what he was always talking about, and I don't know what is true or not, and I wouldn't speculate on that.
No, I mean I 100% agree. I don't want to sort of go down.
Do you know about the Colette Griffin print farming scam that I Hate It Here is talking about?
That's another sort of between. I mean, there's been rumors of Colette and Nick Griffin fell out, and that's why they're no longer sort of even associating with each other now, and it's kind of like they're kind of going their own way. So there was definitely something happened between them, but I'd have no idea. Again, these are all speculations.
And unless you've got unless you got proof, I really wouldn't say anything at all.
Well, I think it's a similar sort of case as like the far right, the far left are eating themselves, and the far right are eating themselves. You know what I mean? And it's like this is all just divide. This is just all divide and conquer. What
isn't that the nature?
You know,
Angel,
what you would say.
Let
me land first. Let me finish.
Okay,
this is all just like, what exactly what I would say. The elite want this divide and conquer. You know what I mean? Instead, we're fighting amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Whether it's black, white, left, right, we're fighting amongst ourselves when we should be like paying. Let me finish.
Well,
we should be paying attention.
Hold on.
How long is this landing?
Well, if you shut the fuck up, I'd be able to finish.
Don't worry.
If you just shut the fuck up, I'd be able to finish.
Don't worry. You get your chance.
Yeah.
Get your chance.
Instead of fighting amongst ourselves, we should be gathering together to fight what's happening to us at the moment.
Yeah,
for the future.
Okay, guys, Okay, guys, let Ned go. Erindor, sorry, guys, let Ned go, and Ned waited patiently.
And then they disappear. If you actually look at the history of all the live streams over the past year, the past 5 years, they don't last very long, and then they flash and then they disappear. If you look at the live streams of the things you were looking at a year ago, are they still here? Mr. Metica was massive a couple of years ago. He's disappeared. Well, if you actually have a look at all these,
he's been deplatformed.
They've completely disappeared.
Yeah,
they
that
flashed and then they burned.
Yeah, those Bloodsport things were phases, but Metica is still around. He's just been deplatformed from YouTube. That's
no, he has his channel.
Has he?
Well, where were you? Where were you? Where were you, Ned? And where was I? So what you're talking about? People can't. You know what I mean? They're not superhuman. They're not superhuman people.
But all I'm saying is, I'm not saying that it's good or bad. All I'm saying is that these things don't last very long. On the internet, things just flare up and then they're gone.
It is a bit of it's very fickle. The internet is fickle.
Tommy lasted a while though, hasn't he, Ned?
Well, Tommy didn't start off on the internet. Tommy is a different game.
He's lasted pretty well, isn't he?
A format like Mr. Meticure will last because you won't have this shit show. He's doing his own show. He doesn't invite guests, so you won't have this shit show that you have on other platforms where they're basically fighting each other all the time. You won't have this with Mr. Meticure or streaming.
Yeah, but Metica goes on other shows all the time. He goes on the Ralph Report and he goes on Warski. He goes on wherever. In order to promote his own channel, he goes on other places anyway. So he has the shit show on other people's channels.
Dear God.
Yes. Okay. True. But he hasn't suffered from that. As well as Red Eyes TV. They are streaming like from I think 2016. They do a regular stream once a week or something.
Yeah.
And it's still strong, even though they are on DLive, which has a lot less people to reach. They have like 1,500 to 2,000 people watching them. Same with Nick Fuentes. It's even more with Nick Fuentes.
I think DLive is an upcoming platform that could be interesting to see how that evolves. Sorry, Ned, you were saying something?
How long will they take the pressure?
Well, yeah, they're going to have a lot of people on their back, but at the moment they're not in the spotlight like Google, and also they're not in their market share is so low that they're not begging advertisers they need content creators to get advertisers.
Yeah.
So they're at the stage where YouTube was like in 2010. So they want to beg their content creators to come over. That's why they paid PewDiePie a fortune to go over to DLive and start streaming on DLive, because they want him to be on that platform. I went on DLive because of PewDiePie. There was they are now in that 2010 YouTube sort of stage of begging content creators to come over, and then once they get that sort of level of content creators, then there's a chance they'll flip and they'll start kissing the ass of the corporate media in order to get more revenue in. But for now, DLive is definitely a platform that's up and coming, and it looks like I'm thinking about. I've got a DLive account. I just never put anything on there.
I think the reason why PewDiePie also took the offer was not only because of money. He made several videos talking about the censorship on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he even closed his Twitter account, I think, for a while. I don't know if he's on Twitter again. But he's a big spokesperson for freedom of speech. And I think this was a strategic move from him too, because he saw that he was even in one of the have I mentioned that he was in one of the streams of Mr. Meticure. He was in the chat. He was on the COVID-19 thing.
He lives in Brighton, doesn't he?
Akuma Soko Films is saying, is there any space? I don't know if
there is actually, but the thing is, I'm planning to actually wrap this up. I'm so sorry. Who was it?
Make it 24/7 here.
Soko. Oh
Banksy.
my God, that's a Soko. Yes. Actually, if he wants to jump on, I wouldn't mind. I'll give him a few minutes because he's a good guy. I like him. Hold on, guys. Let me post this on.
The free open channel formats. These are they get pretty much pretty quick. They vanish, right? What you have here, Banksy, this could go bad pretty quick.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've already got this is my second channel, and the good thing is with YouTube is at the moment I still have my first channel, and this is my backup channel. So I've developed two channels reasonably at a reasonable level, so I can basically have, because I've got other work. I'm not in for YouTube because YouTube doesn't pay my bills. YouTube is effectively an exaggerated hobby which I've spent way too much time on. But the fact is that I have enough of an audience that if I want to rant my fucking brains out, I know there's someone out there. I mean, there's like 2 people that might listen. So that's
the
enough.
47 that are watching now.
God
There
bless
you
you, Banksy.
There you go. But what I'm
We
saying
love
is,
you.
I just don't want to be. I love. The thing is, if I started a YouTube stream and it was just me and there was no one, and believe me, I did that back in like 2017. I did streams with no viewers, just myself, and I thought, oh my god, I'm fucking talking to myself, this is insane. So I thought I better get a couple of viewers. So I just don't want to be talking to myself purely. I want my message, just like anyone who wants to talk and have their sort of message heard. I just want a few people to hear it, and that's it. As long as I have 5 people showing up, I'm a happy guy. So whether this channel does it, whether my other channel does it, or whether I go on to D Live and Twitch, which is what I'm actually looking into, I'm not in this game for the big sort of attention. Just as long as there's a platform for me to rant, and effectively this is my psychotherapy. Otherwise, I'll be cutting myself and stabbing pillows at night. I don't know. So it's better than paying a fortune to some fucking psychic.
Banksy, I must say that you're very courteous to no matter who wants to say what. I must say. So big up to you.
Well, I truly do believe in the principle, because in this case I am principled, is that I truly do believe in freedom of speech. I genuinely believe.
And so does Jupiter. I must say that. I must give her a plug because she does the same as well.
Yeah. Because for me it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 1 person or 100 people. I actually genuinely believe people have the right to express themselves. This is a fundamental bedrock of Western civilization. If we lose freedom of speech,
that's the beauty of discourse, isn't it? I mean, like if you were just talking to an echo chamber, how boring would that be?
Well, number one is that. But
you know what's the funniest thing about this whole echo chamber? I hear that from the left and more from this Baska Patriots guys as well as an argument. Look, there's no group out there who's willing more to talk to other people than ethno-nationalists. And
that's bullshit. Bullshit.
Oh yes, we are. We are willing.
No.
That
is bullshit. I've never seen Banksy have people the ethno-nats are getting to a state where they're actually as bad as what Respect's channel was. That you can't even talk in the. The chat on the side.
Yeah, they fucking time you out all the time.
That's bullshit.
It is. It's anyone who's been to any of the Ethno-nats channels and tried to type freely what they think in the text chat and hasn't been timed out, hasn't been blocked. It's full of fucking dictators who immediately block you and time you out if you say something out of line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
Yeah, but mind you, I mean, you were ripping the piss out of them.
Well, it doesn't matter what you're doing. The fact is...
No, true enough.
Whatever, but if you try to step out of line, immediately they shut you down. So this bullshit about freedom of speech is nothing of the sort. They don't believe in freedom of speech. They're authoritarians. And it's demonstrated on their panels. Unless they have a panel which they think they can quote-unquote own you, then they won't let you on. They won't put you on a panel of 2 people on your side, 2 people on their side.
Hello, Akuma.
We have different formats, right? When we stream, when Wild, for example, streams, he has streams where he won't let me on because he has a specific topic stream where you just have his notes and want to go through with it.
No, it's because you're German and you're not British.
Yeah.
That is true. You're not
this
British.
might be a reason too. Yeah.
Jupiter. I love Jupiter.
Can I bring in Akuma, please? Because I don't have a lot of time.
But if you have, for example, a proper debate and want to talk about a certain topic, you can set up a date and we have a debate on that topic. But we normally the ethno-nationalists don't have a format like this here, because we don't see really the value on that.
I'd love to see a debate between Banksy and Unwashed. I'd love to see that.
Why not?
Guys, can I bring in Akuma? Hey, Akuma. Akuma?
No.
Not Kuma, Akuma, right?
Yeah, Akuma from Soko Films. He's part of Bob the Builder and Soko Films, and he's gone. Okay, I guess maybe he had computer issues. Maybe he had some issues with that. He didn't. I don't know. Maybe he'll be back. But
No, he's probably pressed the wrong button. It's that time of night, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's probably meant to.
Maybe. When he first uses Streamlabs, this could be change your cam mic procedures.
He's coming back.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had some problems with Streamlabs for the first time too.
It's actually StreamYard more than Streamlabs. I don't have any problem with Streamlabs, but StreamYard.
StreamYard,
StreamYard. Whoa! I just clicked on to bring a
Streamlabs is for donations or something, right?
Streamlabs is actually an OBS system, which you can use. Yeah, you can set it up so people do donations through it. You can. I run this whole YouTube stream right now is run through Streamlabs. It's an OBS which lets me put all the different elements, all the graphics, all the cool shit that you guys see. Okay, device not connected. Okay, I think Akuma's on some kind of mobile or something, because hello Akuma, how are you, my friend? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah, now.
Can you? He's gone. He's on a mobile, I think.
But
he's on
we
a
hear
mobile.
you.
Yeah, I suspect he's on a mobile and his connection is not good, because he's.
With OBS, you can also go on Discord and invite people's there, right?
Yeah,
and
I can
stream it to YouTube.
Yeah, I can put anything I want and stream it to YouTube, because that's what OBS does. Anything I have on my screen, I can broadcast through YouTube and have it. So yeah, whatever I need, I can do that. It's got like tons of options. It's much better than just running your stream from OBS, from StreamYards. Sorry, people who are not too tech savvy, they just run it purely off StreamYards. And that isn't exactly great. Okay, let's let Akuma on. Akuma.
Hello?
Hello, Akuma. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear?
Yes.
Good man. You're breaking up a little. It's better. You're breaking up. Are you on a mobile?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
But you
now
can't
it's good.
hear us.
Can you hear me? And he's gone again.
Are you sure that?
Maybe text him in the chat.
Are you sure that that's the guy from Soko Films?
Well, Akuma is, but he's affiliated to Soko Films. He's not the guy who does the cameraman. He's not I think. Are you looking at? I think that's called. I forgot, AJ or DJ. That's a different guy. That's the chap from Soko Films who's the cameraman for Bob the Builder. I think that's who you're thinking of. No, Akuma is affiliated with Soko Films, but he isn't anyone you would know in the sense of cameraman or anything like that. It's not the guy who does the shooting, but he is also part of the gang.
They have high quality videos.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems to have gone. Guys, I just kind of want to go to sleep now. So I want to end this thing. I only held it up. I only held it up long enough for Akuma.
Banksy, could I just make one last? I wanted to correct you on your last stream. You were talking to Blue Monday. I think this guy's name was called, and you were talking that you want some examples of our channels over 500,000. You wanted, right?
Well, yeah, actually, yeah.
There's,
that would be.
For example, a Zuma girl called Zoff. She had 978,000 subscribers before she was banned from YouTube. Then there is James Alsop. He has 536,000 before he was banned on YouTube. Red Eyes TV, they had 351,000.
Big up Red Eyes.
Red Eyes, yeah, unfortunately.
I love
one
him.
of the
Yeah.
Yeah, but Red Eyes
sort of
isn't.
numbers do they have
is-
now?
You think Red Eyes is an ethno-nationalist channel?
Oh yeah, definitely.
No, it wasn't. Actually,
I don't
no,
take
no,
him
that's
as
not true.
ethno-nazi.
I've followed Red Eyes for years, probably 10 years. And, you know, I had a radio show where he was actually on the show. So, no, I don't think he might have gone that way, but I wouldn't say ethno-nationalist. Red Eyes, he started off with very much sort of, talking about government plots. I'm not going to say the words.
Super skeptical. Super skeptical.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks,
they
Banksy.
doing
God
what
bless you.
Alex
Just coined a
Jones
new
was
phrase.
doing.
Super skeptical.
But he was
more
not.
seriously.
He's only just as everybody else has. He's only just gone that way because I wouldn't say he was an ethno-nationalist, but I think he's gone that way, understanding what's happening to his own country of Sweden, exactly the same as what I would feel like that about what's happening to both Yorkshire. I was born in Yorkshire, but I've got Irish blood and I live in Ireland, and I can see what's happening to Ireland. I don't like it.
Well,
I don't like
that's
what's
exactly
happening.
why I pointed out that video of that mullah, of that azan being sang on top of the mosque. That sort of shit, of course, that's going to run people into the opposite direction, because nobody wants to. I don't want to fucking hear that shit. I'm from the Middle East and I don't want to hear that shit. So
exactly, Banksy. Can I just say something? I was watching like this thing about somebody had posted it. It was on GMTV, and oh no, it wasn't GMTV. It was some other bloody show in the morning, and it was like they were talking about Nigel Farage. Like Nigel Farage had gone to and he was witnessing like these people coming over on the boats from France, right? And there was this panel, I think it was like the right stuff, what used to be the right stuff. And there was this bloody woman that's a doctor. And, she had to bring up the fact that, don't forget that it's the BAME community that are looking after us at the moment with the community, with the coronavirus. What the fuck has that got to do with like illegal immigrants coming over on a boat? Exactly. This is the magic. Seriously, this is what's being put into our minds. You know what I mean? And these people, you should have seen the comments below that thing. Everybody was calling her out, like, seriously, people are pissed off with this shit. We're not putting up with it anymore. You're either going to say like, yes, let's let these people in. Oh, yes, there's a coronavirus. We've got to stay in our homes. But yeah, these can come in and nobody's testing them. And yet they're going into our communities. And half of them, we don't even know where they're going. So you can't have it always. Common sense has to come into it somewhere.
Totally.
Do you know what I mean?
Sorry, guys. Just before we wrap this up, I want Soko Akuma to have a bit of a say. How are you doing, Akuma? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, Banks.
Good man. Were you on a mobile?
No, I was trying to use my mobile, but like you said, it wasn't working, so I had to just fire up the PC to get that working.
Good man. So what's on your mind, dude?
Yeah, so it's good to hear from you, everyone. No, just a quick one, just in terms of what's happening with these ethno-nats and stuff. And sometimes I think, like you said, I don't know if it's Simon that said it or you, about right-wing Takia watch or right-wing Takia.
Right-wing Takia from Ralph. Ralph is the one who coined that phrase himself.
Yeah, exactly. Because obviously, and it's so funny. There's a lot I would agree on. Even someone that obviously, as you know, I'm obviously from an African background, and I remember when I first started to watch Mark Collect's video, there were some things I was agreeing on about being strong on the family, about degeneracy and stuff. Then all of a sudden now he's gone on this ethno stuff. I'm thinking, boy.
No, the thing is, Mark Collett never went off anything. He's always been on his points. It's just that there were points in which we had points of agreement. I've been listening to Mark since at least 2013. This is not. I didn't just this is not my first rodeo with Colette. I didn't just walk up and pick out Colette yesterday. I have listened. I've been subscribed and I've listened to Colette's videos for a long time. I know where he comes from, and just because I happen to agree with a few points, that
Yeah.
doesn't mean I want to buy the package.
Exactly.
And that's
Even me,
what-
even being a black man, at some points I agree with what they say. Even stuff like with Nick Fuentes. The problem with Nick Fuentes is that I don't know. What do you think about him? Do you think he's an ethno-nat yourself?
Fuentes.
Nick, yeah.
Yes,
Well,
he is.
the thing is, in America, they have a much
Just
more.
disguising it.
Well, the thing is, in America, they have a lot more precarious situation to Brits and the Europeans. The Europeans and the Brits have a stronger case for their ethnic national to be the dominant ethnicity within Europe because of the history that they have, which is fair enough. I can never truly deny this with the Brits or the Europeans. The Americans, on the other hand, they can't claim that shit. They can't claim this is our ancestral land because they don't have ancestral claims there. So they have to spin it a different way, and they have to spin it in the way of, well, these other foreign Latinos or whatever, they came and now they're ruining the country. And it's it was the whites who made this the United States what it is, the whites that made Canada what it is, and now these other ethnicities are just going to destroy it. That's the spin they have to give their particular thing. But they can't claim blood and soil and our ancestral home kind of. No, dude, the only ancestral claim, and anyone who has an ancestral claim to the United States is a dude called Chief Red Bull, and he's sitting there with a fucking feather in his
he
hat.
migrated from Asia.
Your argument
Banksy?
about the ethno-nats, about repatriation from Australia, America, and New Zealand was spot on. I did like that.
Well, that's the only thing. I mean, Aaron, though, you say I immigrated from Asia.
No, the Red Bull guy. Okay, you just mentioned.
The Chief Red Bull. Well, yeah, Chief Red Bull may have immigrated, but he's got a far bigger stake and bigger claim to that land than the European who came a couple of hundred years ago.
Yeah, but this stuff is not just happening to Britain, is it? I mean, like, I'm in Ireland. What's Ireland done to anybody?
Exactly.
Where's Ireland's empire? So, why should Ireland, like...
No. But what I'm saying is the Irish, the English, the Welsh, the Scots, the Brits, as a whole, the Germans, the Swedes, they all have an ancestral claim. They can 100% say
I have to also say that I don't believe it should be happening in Britain either. But, and I don't agree because I must say though, Banksy, I did think that you sounded like respect the other night.
I know, look.
Talking about... yes, Britain has a past, but it is the past.
Yeah, but the fact is, you can't just sort of erase the past.
No. Listen, you wouldn't be here, and a lot of other people wouldn't be here if Britain was such a racist country. It doesn't mean to say that Britain wants to give up its actual own culture, and that's what you have to. People have to respect that.
Exactly,
and they're not respecting it, and that's where the conflict's coming from because people don't. I don't want to. And I don't. If I had, my children, are grown up now, but if they weren't and they were just going to school, there's no way I'd want my kids eating halal meat.
Exactly. But what
I don't want to go into hospital and eat halal meat.
Banksy, on the last stream, I have to agree with Andrew Moon.
Oh yeah,
I
went off on
bit
one.
Like, I think you even made the point that I think it was because you were in a discussion. This is why you made that point to try to win the debate. You made basically the point that everyone that lives in Britain has the same claim of being there as the natives. So, yeah, I think that was just
they have the same claim to have equality under the law as natives.
Well, yes, they do, but
they don't have the right to be
Banksy, you know in yourself, and it's what you hate about what's happening. Is like there's one culture that seriously, I don't even think that this would have been coming into question.
Yeah, well,
because the British are not racist. What's happened is we've been bombed, we've been knife attacks. We're getting bloody all these like Sharia sheiks thrown on us. We've got people running around in burqas. We don't want this culture in our society, and that's the truth.
Angel, the problem is,
and praying.
This is the problem. There's multiple things that are playing at the same time. Now, to say that yes, we got to reduce certainly the influence of Islam in Britain. I don't think anyone from ethno-nats to civ-nats to any sort of credo culture would disagree with that. You'll have Sikhs on your side, you'll have Hindus on your side, you have Buddhists on your side, you have Christians on your side when it comes to that aspect, that issue of Islamic influence within Britain. But as far as saying that, okay, we don't want Islam here because we don't want these Sharia people and we don't want this, so let's get rid of the Jamaican. That is my issue, is that these guys are talking about, let's get rid of the Jamaican in order to solve the problem with Abdul over here. That isn't the solution.
I agree that Islam is one of the biggest symptoms, okay? But I see also a rise of ethno-nationalism, not only Islam. I see a rise in ethno-nationalism, not only in whites, but all other races. It is not only Islam. I see more and more black nationalists. I see more and more, for example, the Turkish people here in Germany, they are not really that much into Islam. They are more ethno-nationalists. I see that in even in the Japanese communities. They're very ethno-nationalist. They are not, well, I'm not that bothered with them because they are very peaceful people, okay? But still, they are very ethnocentric. And
so are the Chinese.
The same with the Chinese, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Chinese, it is a problem, and especially a problem, because they take they have a higher IQ, okay? And I say the high IQ people are even more of a problem. Let me give you an example of that, a perfect example.
Before you do, I'm just going to say I'm bouncing. It's been, thanks very much for having me on your show.
Thanks, Ned. It's been awesome.
Good night, everybody. It's been
emotional.
Really good fun talking to you all.
Take care.
Even those trying to land.
Yeah, the NHS You Clap For Me Now video was the perfect example. These were high IQ, high-paying job people. And what were they pushing? They were pushing an anti-white agenda there. And they have more influence because they have higher positions in our society. They are lawyers, they are doctors, okay? Their voice is much more of value for people and can influence people more like a normal working guy, everyday people, or someone that hasn't a job. No one would listen to someone that hasn't a job, but they will listen to, for example, even journalists, okay? You have more and more foreign journalists pushing an anti-white agenda, and they are high IQ, high-paying jobs. And they will influence our culture more than this, working class people, I would say.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
would say though that one of the things that the ethno-nats do have a point. This anti-white rhetoric, this is coming from a black man, is just ridiculous. When you start saying that the white man is the root of all evil, this what causes you. It's like the breeding ground of ethno-nationalists. So, for example, who was the presenter that got fired from ITV for quoting Shakespeare?
Oh man, I forgot his name. Very old, very distinguished actual.
This is someone that's obviously has been against racism all his life. Even people who are ethnic minority have supported him. Now he said the same quote to a white person. Nothing was said about it. Now he says it with a Twitter spout with someone on Twitter, and all of a sudden, because the person used the word "ape," this must be racist. And all of a sudden, his career gets shattered, and he's thinking to himself, hang on a minute, I've spent the last 40 years fighting against racism. I make one statement that wasn't meant to be racist, just treating someone like I'll treat anyone.
Alistair Stewart.
Exactly.
Actually throws people to the ethno-nats.
And the same thing is that Trevor Phillips. Look at Trevor Phillips. The quality commissioner worked all those years, all the things that he implemented, and just because he's come out and says that there is an issue with the way the Islamic community are integrating and the culture clashes. They're calling him an Islamophobe, and he can't have nothing to do with anything.
Oh, by the way, that was Alistair Stewart, the guy who got fired from ITV.
That's the one. I think because someone like this is why I believe that sometimes I actually believe most of the people that do join the ethno-nationalists are just disenfranchised. Someone like, is it James Goddard?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, James Goddard. Yeah,
Funny enough, I actually met him once. There was a event with the London Mayor. This was back in 2018. This was the first time I met him, and he was pretty cool with me and stuff. But I believe, obviously, what's happened to him, obviously, him being and the way he was treated. I mean, when you look at it neutrally, what he did to that MP, obviously, wasn't nice, but it's not worse. Yeah. But it's not worse than what Nigel Farage has faced or Jacob Rees-Mogg has faced.
Not worse. Nigel Farage has had shit thrown at him.
Exactly.
Literally had shit thrown at him.
What happens?
It's annoying.
Because they see to him, he's a white, right winger and stuff like that. So let's destroy his life.
He literally just called Anna Soubry a Nazi, and his life is ruined. The other guy throws milkshakes on Nigel Farage.
Yeah, exactly.
The truth is, the BAME community are destroying the BAME community.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's the truth.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Look at it from a stats perspective, I'm more likely to be killed by a fellow black person than I am going to be killed by an ethno-nationalist.
No, I don't mean it in that way. Well, I mean it is in the rhetoric of the community in Britain. Not just Britain, everywhere, because the media are making like the BAME community like a sacred god, like a god, like a sacred cow. You can't say anything about. That's detrimental because it's going against, because everybody should have free speech. Everybody.
Angel, this isn't the BAME community. This is the left neo-Marxist.
Sorry, Banksy.
Yeah, no, I was saying this isn't the BAME. This is the leftist neo-Marxist movement that has created this environment. Now, there are people of
also
color.
plutocrat movement. Not only those people.
No, but the BAME people are jumping on the bandwagon of it, Banksy. Come on,
yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. It could be some BAME community who take advantage of
I agree with you with that.
Climate,
but the BAME people. That's what I'm saying. The BAME people are destroying their own community. Their own community cohesion with the people in Britain.
Well, this
is, what I mean?
This is why they can't.
Nobody was worried about any of this shit until people started bombing stuff and knifing people and this and that and the other, and nobody was bothered about
Yeah,
but there was no racism. I never felt it. To be honest, I never knew racism until I listened to Speaker's Corner and Respect and all those sort of people. I didn't even know it existed in Britain much as it does. To be honest with you,
there will always be prejudice in everyone. Yeah. Let's face it, every one of us has a form of prejudice. If we have to be perfectly honest with ourselves, that's how we handle that prejudice.
Yeah, we all have in-group unity, out-group hostility. That happens in all groups. And this is why, like the other night, Erendo, if you were listening to Blue Moon, I asked him when he was talking about his loyalties, his true loyalties. I said, okay, you're a Scotsman. Are your loyalties to Scots above your loyalties to the English? And he admitted it. He said, yes, of course.
Of course it should be,
because he has within even the white ethno-nationalist circles, he has his own in-group unities. He has his own in-group preferences, which we
they even have it from county to county. Like you've got, and obviously it's a bit of a banter. It's like the white rose and the red rose, because I'm from the north. You know what I mean? So we banter with each other now. It doesn't mean to say we're going to bear arms, but there is always in-group
unity, and you look out for the in-group, and that in-group, the circle keeps getting smaller and smaller depending on what it is. You're suddenly going to defend your brother over a random white guy because he's your genetic blood. His blood is going to be far more important to you than the guy's skin color.
Even within the German people, when I speak about Germany here as a German, I can see huge differences between the German tribes. I can go along with basically where I live is the northwestern part of Germany. I can communicate with these people much better than with the Saxons, for example. They are so very strict forward. It's unbelievable. Okay, it's hard to get their I don't know that their whole how do you say it? They have a different attitude on things, and it's much much more complicated to get in conversation with them. So you even have different, quite significant, I would say, differences even within the German tribes. And I feel more closer and can go get along much better than with my what would it be? It would be the it has a specific name, the Prussian. I'm a Prussian, basically, a Prussian guy. I can go along with them much better than with the Saxons,
I'm going to
for
drop
example.
out now. I just want to say that quickly. I'm going to drop out now. Take care, Banksy. Thanks for your stream. It's been brilliant tonight.
Blessings, Jupiter. Blessings,
Angel,
Jupiter.
you've been a princess as usual. You've been a queen.
I love you, Jupiter. Blessings to you. But
Take
you know
care.
what I want to say to you, what you're just talking about. When push comes to shove, we know we're cousins.
Yeah.
And that's what people really need to understand, because it's getting to push comes to shove at the moment. You know what I mean? You know, there's a line in the sand, and it's encroaching. You know, it's getting beyond that line now. It's getting right close to it, and people are getting fucked off with this shit.
Yeah, the problem
you know what I mean?
is-
Like us being told that we're like racist with this, with that. I tell you something. If it was so racist, there would nobody but us be here, and it's bullshit that we're racist. It's a certain community that is just pushing, and that is like, you know, dominating, and then the mainstream media and the government are pussyfooting around them, and we're sick of it, and people are not going to put up with it anymore.
Yeah,
and that's the
real,
truth.
I would
That's
say
the fucking truth.
That is the real white problem we have here. We have white traitors, and this is, by the way, these are the same peoples where the other communities have a point when they're talking about imperialism and us owning that and this and that and that. Yeah, they have a point. I give them that. But these are the same people that these groups, blacks, Muslims, are uniting now with.
No, not
because
really.
they are using
Hashtag
the
not all. We have to
Not
say
all,
hashtag
but-
not all. Yeah,
not all,
Definitely, but it's not just that. I don't even think it's even a reasonable proportion. I don't see when you say
Exactly, I
blacks,
don't, yeah.
Afro-Caribbeans, Nigerians, and those sort of people who of that sort of demographics are not uniting with the Muslims. You see them actually at odds quite often.
Not with the
blacks
Muslims.
that
No,
you
I'm
see-
saying with the white elites.
Oh, the
No,
elites,
that they
yeah,
are always
yeah.
complaining about.
I
They
disagree.
are voting for their parties.
Because if you actually look at the Afro-Caribbean community and the communities from Africa are totally different. So, for
Yes.
example, as I grew up, especially growing up with a Nigerian parent, there was no hated or you live in a racist society, you live this. I was always told, if you study hard and you pass your exams, you will make it. What I sometimes get from the Jamaican community is like, you're oppressed, it's the white man's fault. And it's a totally mentality. I don't know if it's because obviously the descendants of Jamaica are coming from the slaves from West Africa. Maybe there's this historical bitterness that happens, but the mentality is totally different.
But this is the thing, Akuma. I've got Iranians who come up to me and go, "Oh, dude, you know the reason I can't get into this job or I can't get into this particular career is because it's racist, man. They're all racist." I'm like, motherfucker, it took me 10 years to get into this shit. You think I just got up out of bed and then just walked into a job? It took years of struggling. I was begging people. I was on my knees begging people for a job.
You don't. When someone sees you, they don't. It's not the first thing that comes into you. It's like you're Iranian. I mean, when I first saw you, I thought you were from South Africa. I didn't think you were from Iran.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Iranians who look just like me, they wouldn't look any different than myself. The Iranians do vary in tone and color, but generally, I've had Iranians, because they couldn't get into a particular job or it was hard to get into a particular, break into a particular field, they're like, oh, it's because of racism. And I was like, dude, it killed me. It took me 10 years to break into the industry that I was trying to get into. And I was literally on those last days before I got my first break, I was on my knees begging people. I'm not even remotely joking. I was saying, look, I will wash toilets. Just let me work in this building. just let me work here. Just let me get a foot in,
Yeah,
because
but
I have to get in.
You know, but which country or which societies, let us talk about Western society as a whole, does bend their knees more to immigrants than us. It is not.
Exactly.
And the more we bend our knees, the more we hear racism here, racism there. And for me, it is a power play they are playing, okay? This is being a victim is a power play. You can get more into position of power here if you play that game. This is probably what they learned from the Jews, okay? They are the masters in that. There's always the victims, okay? They are always the victims, never the attackers.
No, why can't you say it? For God's sake.
Yes.
You know, you can say anything you want about Islam, but you know, you're cowards. You're total cowards that you will not talk about the Jews. You know, and we're not not all Jews. We're talking about the Zionists. It's like it's unbelievable. You know, that was a shock to me when I started listening to Speaker's Corner. That they will go on and on and on and on about Islam, but they forget. You know, I mean, maybe they're just not educated in understanding, like, you know, Albert Pike's 3 letters for the 3 world wars. You know, that said, you know, and also the clergy plan.
Yeah,
which they never talk about.
Look, I have no
For God's
problem.
sake,
I have no problem
good
calling
grief.
a spade a spade. If the Jews have been involved in here, Karl Marx, fucking Jew, invented the whole communist concept. Fuck him. So,
yes, but I mean, you know, the thing is, the sad thing is, when anybody says the word Jew, they all go, oh, they always think about the Holocaust. Oh my God, it was the only thing that ever happened that was horrible. What about the fucking Irish Holocaust? What about all the other Holocausts that happened around the world? The genocides of people. There was 12 million people in Ireland before.
Andrew, do you know what is
pisses
tomorrow?
Me off.
Tomorrow in Germany we have a day, and they want to make it a national celebration day, which every German has holiday. They call it the national
Jewish
Befreiung.
L'chaim. Yes, I saw something about the L'chaim
the Allied
thing.
forces freed us from this evil
For VE Day.
Hitler guy. Yeah. And they call it National Liberations Day here in Germany. So basically, we have to praise America, Great Britain, and Russia, Soviet Russia,
Good grief.
to beat us into the ground in World War II. Okay, we have to pray to them that beat us and that have managed to kill more German people after the war.
Yes, exactly. Okay? People need to fucking research. And what about the replacement? You know, like Edwin Black, with, you know, the transfer agreement. Yeah. Nobody talks about that. I mean, nobody talks. Now he was a Jew that actually wrote that.
Look, as a German, I will give it to you that you may not want to be all celebratory on fucking VE Day. You kind of were on the other side. It's like me as a Persian having to celebrate on fucking Alexander's birthday.
Yeah, exactly.
Banksy, it's nothing. Dresden. It's nothing to do with like being on the other side. It's to do with what happened after the war.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean is like Dresden was bombed. Women and children were burned to death in that city. It was disgraceful.
VE Day isn't about Dresden.
Bad things on both sides.
Yeah, but VE Day isn't about Dresden, is it? It's about the fact that the Allies won. And look, I agree with you. It's like some Greek asking me to celebrate Alexander's birthday. It's like, fuck Alexander. Why would I celebrate fucking Alexander's birthday? That guy I was on the other side who told him to go fuck himself, technically. So yes,
we've never been told the truth. We've never been told the real truth. And if you research the real truth, it's not what it seems. You know, we're not the victors. And the Germans weren't all that bad. You know, I'm not saying Hitler wasn't bad. I'm just saying
life
the people.
Black and white. Yeah. Life is complicated, and yes, things happened on even the Allied sides, and everybody acknowledges the Dresden bombings and all those things. Nobody's blinded to that.
Do they?
Yes, plenty
Do
of
they?
people talk about that.
I doubt anybody knows what happens there. I doubt it.
Don't look. It's overshadowed by what Hitler did, and it's also overshadowed by Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We all still acknowledge that as well. Nobody's blinded about what
No,
happened there.
I don't think anybody understands what they did
I
there.
don't know.
And like the Russian troops going and raping in the women, it was disgraceful what happened.
It's a blight,
million.
but unfortunately, it's a war, and it was a very nasty war, and so that's the nature of humanity.
But
I'm
Banksy,
sorry, but the things are not black
when the
and white.
Allied forces were so good, right?
They're not.
That they're
Who
all.
said?
But okay, I would grant it to them if they would behave like decent people after the war. Okay, there's no war going on. But tell me one war where after the war, in just 1.5 years, okay, more people died than during the war.
Yeah.
Iraq.
They put them into internment
Iraq?
camps.
After
They're
Iraq.
not taught this. Yeah.
After the war.
Yeah, Iraq. After the war,
Okay, I have
more
to
people
check
have
that.
fucking died. It's been going on for 20 years or 19 years, that war.
And do you know what?
It's
Do you know
still
what,
fucked
Banksy?
up.
We're heading to another one because all the people will not understand who's using the strings on us all. We are the pawns on a chessboard. That's what we are.
Course, but
That's what we are. And sadly, people, they go on like, oh, we've got to be an ethno-nationalist and we've got to be this, we've got to be that. No, we all have to come together to like defeat these fuckers that are doing it to us.
Yeah, look,
all of us.
I'm not going to disagree with that. It's the fact that the world things are nuanced. History is nuanced, and people. Yes, the Allies for the last 50 years they painted a particular picture of that particular era, just like my parents who painted a very particular picture of the Shah of Iran in comparison to the mullahs, and he wasn't all that great. But if you ask my mum, he thinks that the sun shined out of the Shah's ass. No, the guy was still a tyrant. There were still people who disappeared.
Yeah.
There was this thing called the Savak, which was the equivalent to the KGB of the Russians, and people got fucking killed. People put up against walls and shot and tortured. Shit happened. But
no, but that's why Banksy. We have to elevate our consciousness into understanding that it's not us that we're fighting against.
Yeah,
we're not fighting against each other anymore. We should stop fighting against this pandemic. Should show us, what's happening. Like locking down the world. Like it's not us that we're fighting against. It's the elite that we're fighting against because the consequences of this lockdown is going to be like, horrific for years to come. And I'm telling you that.
This is what I've told other people, like the Muslims I was on the panel with, the black people I was on the panel with, that eventually they might think that these guys who let them in, right? There's no need for letting them in. Banksy, you were making that point yesterday, that it was basically karma and nothing to do with anything, right? It's just how things work. No, there are real forces behind it that pushes this.
Of course there are.
If we say no power in the world would. This is what I mean. If white people decide to take back their destiny, no one could stop us.
Look,
okay?
No, but Iran, it's not just white people; it's the world.
Yeah,
it's
but
the world
most
we're talking
other
about.
countries,
Every
except from
color on the
China-
world.
Yeah, but most people are dependent on strong powers like China's goodwill.
Yeah, but
on,
look at the
white
Chinese. God
people's
bless them.
goodwill. Yeah, but
No, but look
I'm
look
saying,
what's happening in China at the moment. They're in a total black mirror situation, aren't they?
Guys,
where they're having to have social points.
No,
you know what I mean?
Akuma,
And that's what's coming to us.
Sorry, guys.
With this app.
Give Akuma. Can we give Akuma a few more minutes to talk because
Yeah,
I really want to
sorry.
shut this down and
Sorry.
he's been on
Yeah,
here
no.
very-
I think I've probably said enough. I think, like I said, I think it's getting late now. So
No, if you
I
want to
think
make a final statement, actually, let's go around. Everybody get 1 minute, make a final statement, and then I'll call it a day after that. Simplest way of doing this. Akuma, go since you've the recent.
I can start.
newcomer.
Yeah, I just think like sometimes just looking for a scapegoat, and I think just saying it's the Jews, they're responsible for what's going on. It's it's like history repeating itself again. So I think we should look to ourselves, take some responsibility. If you're worried about, obviously, if the whites are worried about replacement rate, then have more kids. No one's stopping you. Yeah.
Oh God!
Hold on, Angel. Hold on. He's still got 30 seconds. Akuma,
No, that's enough said, man. I
Are
think
you
I've
sure?
said it.
you don't want to throw any more bombs?
I think
Got any more grenades left?
Mate, that's what they need to do, man.
Dropping some bombs here.
Make them babies, man.
Okay.
Pop that sperm out, man.
I do agree. I do agree that the Europeans, especially the natives, should start the baby factories a bit more. Less feminism, more baby factories. European women, what is your job? Sorry, I don't know if anyone got that particular statement. It's the bit where in the film 300, Leonidas asks the Greeks, "What is your job?" And the Greek says, "I'm a carpenter, I'm a farmer." And then he asks the Spartans, "What is your job?" And they just go, "Oh!" And that's like saying that their job is just to be soldiers and kill. I think European women, they should adopt such an attitude. Just be homemakers, baby makers. That is your job. But that's just
God,
me as
you sound like an ethno-nationalist there,
that's just me
Banksy.
as a chauvinist male. Yes, Angel Moon, go 1 minute.
Well, my belief is, and God bless all, blessings to everybody. My belief is that we all need to get together and stop being pawns on the chessboard of the elite, because that's what's happening. We're all fighting amongst each other when we should be fighting them for our freedom. Yeah.
That's it. 30 seconds still. Anything else?
That's it.
Good.
Thank you,
good
Banksy.
ladies.
Thank you, Banksy, for having an open panel.
Oh, it's okay, my darling. Anytime. Erendo, I know you definitely got more than a minute in you, but can you make it into a minute? Squeeze it into a minute, man.
You know me good. You know me well. For the straw man that Akuma made, it's just the Jews. No, I said we have a white problem as well. And in fact, I would say the white problem is the biggest problem. We have to convince our people that they get let go of what the zeitgeist is right now. So the first and foremost problem we have is a white problem, but it's not the white problem that the mainstream media are trying to push here. Birth rates, no, I won't go into a birth race with other races. There's no point for that. The other thing I would say about the whole divide and conquer, yes, I know that the elites are using that method, but I've given up long ago because there's too many things that divide us. Okay, and you can't come together. You can tell them, yes, we have a common enemy. The whole new world order is not only in white countries, it is taking over. They want to take over the whole world. Okay, so we would have a common enemy, but I won't, sacrifice us becoming a minority. And this is why I reach everyone's hand if they agree to the 14 words. Okay. This is my common basis, then I can work together with everyone, but I won't sacrifice the 14 words, and this would be my basic ground. I don't mind if someone is a liberalist, libertarian, or some other bullshit, right? As long as he agrees with the 14 words. This could be a common factor that unites us. But if they deny that right, the 14 words, he's my enemy too, and we have to get rid of them too.
Okay, thank you. That's like 2 minutes, but that's all good. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for coming. You guys have been awesome. I'm going to leave the panel. You don't have to go home, but you just can't stay here. Have a good night, everyone. I'm off.
Good night, Banksy. Thank you.
Take care, you guys. Bye-bye. Okay, boys and girls, we are finally done. God, that was good, but it's you'll be surprised how exhausting it is when your tailbone is just pulsating with pain the whole time. I think I was good for like 30 minutes into this stream, and then the pain just runs right through my freaking ass and spine constantly, and it's not good. It really kicks my ass. But thank you everyone for coming online. Thank you everyone on the panel. It was an awesome panel, or what? This was a freaking awesome panel tonight. I was so pleasantly surprised that so many people were jumping on and chatting, and yeah, I like this panel. This panel was a good one. Everybody was engaged, and bam, yeah, the whole thing was was awesome. Now, I have a little farewell music I think I've got lined up here. Do I have it? I have it. One thing I want to say to, this conversation, although I was trying to get away from the ethno-nationalist conversation because I've kind of had my fill of that few days now. I'm going to get back to my usual suspect of Islam, because it is Ramadan Ding Dong, and that is my favorite subject usually this time of the year. I just got caught up with the ethno-nationalist conversation quite a bit, a little bit more than I think I care to, but anyway, it was good to have this conversation. Good, everybody's conversation was all around great. One thing I want to say, that speaking to the ethno-nationalists, it has inspired me. It has inspired me to procreate and have children. I think I'm going to find a good, honest Iranian woman in order to have more Iranian children in Britain, because I think we need that. I think I was gonna ride this life out with just no children, just easy running, you know what I mean, easy streets, just chill. I was like, forget the children game. There's already enough human beings on this overcrowded planet, and just let it be. But the ethno-nats have inspired me, have inspired a sense of giving, and I think this world deserves more Banksy Iranian children. So thank you to Mark Collette, thank you to Ralph, and all the other ethno-nationalists. I have decided to have at least 4 or 5 kids of Iranian heritage in Britain as a contributing factor. You inspired me. You brought me to this. It's your fault. Oh shit. Oh man, but I will tell you, Iranian women are fucking high maintenance. Oh my god, they are exhausting when it comes to every facet of living with an Iranian woman. I'm not joking. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are amazing. They're the most loving. They love passionately, and they look after you like your own mother. But at the same time, they want a lot out of you. They want a lot. They want your whole. They take it out of you psychologically, financially, physically. They exhaust a man. I'm telling you, they are very demanding women. They don't let you get away with shit. They're highly, highly demanding women. I need one of those passive chador wearers. Haven't the Muslim convinced you first? No, it wasn't the Muslims. It was the ethno-nationalists that drove me towards having a family now. Erendor. Believe it or not, they say motivations come from the most incredible places. And it was no Muslim or Christian that convinced me of the values of family, but an ethno-nationalist who clearly doesn't want me to have one. I'm going to have children out of spite. What am I fucking saying? This is insane. Anyway, boys and girls, thank you for coming. Everything's been awesome. Let's wrap this just crazy night up. It was really good though. I loved it. I thought everybody was really good. Let me see if this track that I want to play this guy's covering it, but let's see if it's good. Is it good?
Okay, this is Moondance.
Let's hear it. Is it good? I hope it's good.
Well, it's a marvelous night for a moon dance with the stars of...
Just before I get into this, the reason I want to play this song is because there is an amazing moon tonight. If you get a chance, go out and have a look at it. I'm going to go and try and see if I can see it now. It's 2 a.m. Hopefully I can get to see it. Hopefully there won't be too much light pollution. Go out if you can and watch and take photos of this amazing moon if you can get a hold of it. It's a once in a lifetime experience. I think it's 22nd of this is the only one for the 2020s or something. I don't know. I heard some shit about a moon. Anyway, it's a great thing about moons. Go watch it. And that's why I'm playing out with this particular track.
Well, it's a marvelous night for a moon dance with the stars up above in your eyes. A fantabulous night to make romance near the cover of October skies. And all the leaves in the trees are falling to the sound of the breeze that blow. And I'm trying to place to the calling of your heartstring that plays soft and low. And all the night it's a marvelous night for a moon dance with the stars up above in your eyes. A fantabulous night to make romance 'neath the cover of October skies. And all the leaves on the trees are falling to the sound of the breezes that blow. And I'm trying to please to the calling of your heartstrings that play soft and low. And all the night's magic seems to whisper and hush, and all the soft moonlight seems to shine in your blush. Can I just have one more moon dance with you, my love? Can I just make some more romance with you, my love? Well, I wanna make love to you tonight. I can't wait till the morning has come. And I know that the time is just right, and straight into my arms you will run. And when you come, my heart will be waiting to make sure that you're never alone. There and then all my dreams will come true, dear. There and then I will make you my own. Anytime I touch you, you just tremble inside, and I know how much you want me that you can't hide. Can I just have one more moon dance with you, my love? Can I just make some more romance with you, my love? Well, I wanna make love to you tonight. I can't wait till the morning has come. And I know that the time is just right, and straight into my arms you will run. And when you come, my heart will be waiting to make sure that you're never alone. There and then all my dreams will come true, dear. There and then I will make you my own. Anytime you just tremble inside, and I know how much you want me that you can't hide.